nation, destroys our generation. I don't mind, I don't mind, I don't mind, I don't mind. Looking for inspiration in my life, looking for inspiration all the time, looking for, looking for, looking for, looking for, hey!
Welcome on in, everybody. Spline Design Studios Saturday starting up here. Hope everybody's having a great weekend so far. I know it's definitely old man winters going around here. Racer James waiting. He waited for that one. I know he did. We got some emotes here too, looks like. I got an emote. Does anybody did get some emotes, I guess, for Racer James resubscription with that thick prime? I guess being able to use that anywhere across the Twitch, and he continues to use that over here on the Rock Nation. Appreciate that. So if you did get any emotes, I guess, for that resubscribe by Racer James, share those emotes. I guess I got one. I got several of those. This is the second batch of holiday emotes that Twitch is putting out. They just ended the first wave of holiday emotes that they got there, so those are permanent. You have those at your disposal in your emote selections, I guess, as far as being able to use those all across Twitch, not even just here. So yeah, feel free to use those. Torch, you got one. There you go. Nice. There's some pretty interesting emotes, I guess, that they've got with those, but that's the one I got. So yeah, we've had some slight setbacks, I guess, with the Texas Motor Speedway build that Torch has started there. Torch, as I understand, is in the process of doing yet another rendition of the track template based on the LiDAR to the track, so we can get that conformed to Sandbox and so on and so forth. So that's still in that process there. While he's in the process of doing that, probably even as we speak here, and James showing off all those other emotes that we got there. I got quite a few of them myself. That's at least one of them, other ones that I got there. Some really interesting ones though. I don't even know what those are. I got a snowman. The heck are those? Anywho, yeah. So we're kind of somewhat in a holding pattern, I guess, with getting the conformity of the track geometry done to the LiDAR and stuff like that. So what I figured I would do is take the liberty of focusing on some other aspects that will eventually be needed. That's the word I wanted to use. Eventually would be needed, I guess, for the track build. So obviously the key point is to get the track geometry itself set. That is the critical piece as far as to get that all under wraps before you really need to start approaching doing trackside objects such as grandstands. I know previously on the previous stream I had gone over, I guess, the ability of using the LiDAR to size up such objects like the big hoss that's in the backstretch of the Texas Motor Speedway. That was more or less just to show the versatility that you get out of the LiDAR, not only to get and or create the geometry of the track as far as the banking and so on, but also to create the objects. So I know that was maybe a little bit premature on my part, I guess, to kind of show that process there, but it does definitely show that flexibility that you get from that freely available LiDAR. Now, with that being said, the LiDAR that we do have, the cloud point data that we do have for Texas is pretty current. It's as of 2018, and there's a lot of data into it. I was started in the process there. I tried to get as much of this done as I could prior to the start of stream. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this over right away. I started the process of chunking out, polysegmenting out using the cloud compare the different portions of that, just much the same way as I did with the big hoss in a previous stream. So we have in the green here, we have just the track with some of the infield objects near pit road, the Victory Lane and stuff like that. That's how we've been able to get the LiDAR sized up, getting the proper size of the ground plane and all that stuff that's already been gone over. So I won't bore you to death with that information. But since we do have this ground plane now set to the proper scale as far as the dimensions based on Google Earth and so on. In fact, I still have the planes that we used to replicate the measurements to get our ground plane sized up based on what was measured in Google Earth. So we definitely have that to fall back on if we need to, just for reference. But I do have polysegmented out via the LiDAR information. There's a lot of data in here. It's like I said, I try to get as much as of this chunked out as possible because it does use a lot of resources. You do have to have a pretty stout system to be able to handle these processes here, is being able to manipulate, chunking out the mesh data that Cloud Compare will create based on the polysegmentation. So be prepared for that. I haven't even taken the liberty, to be honest, to see how many vertices or polys are in this thing. I know when I initially chunked it out there, when Cloud Compare had compiled the triangles into it, it was like 181,000 or something like that in this piece here that I got. That's a lot in there, to say the least. So it does take quite a bit as far as to be able to manipulate these polys, as I mentioned here. So I tried to get as much of that done as possible prior to the start of stream, so it didn't crap out, not only the system but also the stream. So I've got it down to this level. Now you can kind of get an idea of what we got in here. So we got this, I don't know if they call this like a penthouse or something on. This is going into turn 1. So we got the big house here that I had in here from previously that's been sized up. Got the back stretch over here, turns 3 and 4, turns 1 and 2 on the track in green. But yeah, this is the grandstand that's been polysegmented out from the LiDAR. You can see all the height data that's available in there. And I've only brought this in here to clarify the some previous objects that have been created based on the 2015 build. This will more than satisfy, I guess, as far as being able to compare those notes, much the same as I have with the big hoss, for example. So the massive jackpot that you can get based on slots there. Yowza. That's definitely worth the win. Audio command there. GG's on that, Racer James. You're getting that maximum 1,000 units of fluid added to your already pretty thick level of fluids that we have there. Yeah, so this is where we're at with being able to get this scaled up to our ground plane. And again, as I said, now that the ground plane is in place, it's pretty easy, I guess, to be able to get this things lined up. Now, some of the key points that I noticed in this ground plane that we have, where we don't have the bulk of this building, that would be roughly in this area. So there are some of these things that are kind of missing, but we do have the data for these individual towers, say for example. It's very important, I guess, to have something, some type of key, a key area or key part onto the structure that you're trying to line up, much the same as we did for the items. Let me slide this out of the way just a little bit. You can see how that kind of chugs along a little bit, because it's a lot of information there. So much the same way as we've lined up the infield buildings with the track LiDAR, you know, as far as the track surface and some of these infield objects, to include the score tower, the scoring pylon. You want some key points to be able to line up that LiDAR to the ground plane. This is based on real world information here as far as that ground plane. That's all been scaled up, like I said. So yeah, we'll be able to line up this LiDAR to these towers based on this height data here. Those should line up pretty much the same way as they do in our ground plane picture. So what's a total bodge job? Well, that's to be yeah, I mean, that's to be debated. That's why we've got the LiDAR information to be able to, you know, show that. I know that I did come to the conclusion that the Big Hoss was a little bit off scale, so stands to reason that's gonna happen here too. Now, the fact that I think a lot of the objects that were created for the 2015 build were just based on top down, and a lot of it was guesstimations as to how tall certain things were, based on common building practices and things like that. So the fact that we do have this LiDAR available now, we can recreate and revisit those items that may be out of whack and correct those properly. Educated guess is probably a better way to put it too. Octane coming in with the alert. Thank you for the alert there, Octane. Enjoy that alert. Appreciate that very much. Alright, so yeah, we still do have some key points that we can probably, I wish we did have more of this information for this building, this piece of the grandstand, I guess, on this end, but we'll make do with what we have. We can definitely get the contour sized up and get these individual towers, as we can see here, lined up with what we got on our ground plane. Alright, so basically right off the bat here you can tell we do have quite a bit of overscaling, so we're going to have to dial this in. May even be able to, let me do this. Let's do effect pivot. I've already converted this over to an editable poly, just to be able, like I said, I try to get as much of the polys that we didn't need and that poly segmentation from Cloud Compare out of this, and that was a little bit of a task. I ain't gonna sugarcoat that. So let's do effect pivot, center that down there. There we go. That way it just kind of puts it more to the center of what we got here. Now we can kind of see there may not be too much of a contour change here, so you can see how that fits into there pretty darn well so far. So it may not be too much, as much as I thought. Now I want to keep in mind that this edge here that I've got here, that's based on the poly segmentation that I did in Cloud Compare. So that is definitely not a depiction of the actual shape of the stands. I tried to follow that contour as close as possible, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that is where this edge needs to line up with what we got on our ground plane. So see, the LiDAR I sent isn't lining up properly in turn 2 through turn 3 according to the background image. I'm not sure why that is. If you zeroed it out properly, that should be... I'd sent you the same LiDAR information that I've got currently being shown right here. That shouldn't have been off at all. So you can already get a sense of how much this is lined up here based on the buildings, scoring pylon, things like that. So if it's off on your end, I'd double check that, I guess, to make sure. But yeah, that should not be off here, I guess, as far as you're saying from turn 2 to turn 3. I don't know what you'd be going by, I guess, as far as to determine that. If this is all lining up here, I guess, as far as the buildings, then that should be more than sufficient. Now, another thing I did look at, I guess, as far as what's lining us up here, you can see the wall that's in the back stretch here. Let me see here. Let me see here, so let me move this back up. We'll double check these things just to make sure, because if it is definitely misscaled, then it'll need to be corrected again. So we're saying basically from the backstretch portion of it. Now that I look at this again, I think you might be right. Yep, because let me look at this again. These should be the outside light poles. Dang it! Now that I'm looking at this, you're probably right. Let me bring this up here again. Now again, you don't want to go by these edges here. I guess it's based on the polysegmentation here. So what I did go by initially was these infield lights. That's all these little pieces right there. Okay. So we do have our track surface right here. You can see that in the background. Right there. Let's double check this. Well, it's not going to be just parts of it. It's either it all is or it's not, because it could be... Now, I know, like I said, on the front stretch here, as far as all these buildings over here, these line up almost perfectly. Still got my cutouts here, I guess, for the ground plane, I guess, based on... yeah, it's for our 3DO object in Sandbox. Alright, so we're going to double check this, I guess, to make sure. Alright, so... yeah, I think now that I look at this, you might see what you're talking about. That's a super bummer. So yeah, we got the infield walls right here. And based on where these... so this here should be like the infield fence. So yeah, that's like off that much, it seems. Good grief, how the heck did that get off that much? Good grief. Alright, hold on. Bring this back up here again. Yeah, I can definitely see. You can see that in the ground plane itself here. You can see the lights. If I zoom in like that, these are the light structures right there. These here would basically represent that. Let's bring it up here a little bit. In fact, yeah, it's the lights would be right here. These would be like the infield fence. So based on that, the LiDAR is still off by that much. So yeah, these need to get shifted, scaled over to that way. Alright, good grief. That is going to throw off all this over here. Incredible. Well, this is all part of the process of getting everything's lined up right. Once you get your ground plane, we know our ground plane is correct. So, Yeah, looks like we do got some more rescaling to do. Well, something should have been mentioned there, because I lined up all this stuff over here, and it's a little bit more difficult, I guess, to... Yeah, that's definitely something that should have been relayed, I guess, like that, instead of struggling with it. But yeah, definitely by double checking, just that initial check there, that's gonna throw this off by a good, I don't even know how much. These lights here, as far as that catchment needs to be all the way over here, that's probably a good 15 feet or more, which is going to throw all this off once we scale it this way. Good grief. Yeah, I can definitely see what you mean there. Okay, let me bring this up. Yeah, so the tunnel's lining up pretty good. Man, that's going to throw that off a ton. Holy mackerel. Yeah, if I shift that over, that's going to throw all this off. Okay. Yeah. And what you mean by that, as far as like you don't get all this white. That's probably fair. See, right now I do have the edge faces on. Let's see here. I'm just thinking out loud here. Holy crap, that's gonna throw everything off. Yeah. Because of the fact that we only need to go in this one direction and not necessarily this direction. If we don't adjust this direction too, it's gonna, all the objects over here, as far as the structures on that end, it's gonna throw that off by just shifting that over that way, where it needs to go. And honestly, I don't think it really makes too much difference. As long as you can see that height data, you can clearly see how much that's off. These lights here, you can see them kind of poking through here. They need to be like right here. Now the fact that I got this opening here lined up, but this opening here needs to be more this way. This is going into the infield here. So, let's go ahead to scale. Oops, wrong one. Need this one here, but I'm going to shift this down to this one here. Now if we shift it this way, see how that's going to throw all that crap off. So it's going to have to be scaled in such a fashion. We're going to line these back up here. So let's go on the Y this way. This may not be too bad. Okay, so what I'm looking at right now, as far as how these buildings over here, I got the LiDAR just slightly poking through, I guess, as far as the ground plane. And by just moving that over there, you can see how much more we got to go that way. Now we can go top down, just gonna make this even easier on ourselves, so we don't get, kind of like a perspective skewing. We don't want that. So this is completely top down. Yo. Man, has it already been another month? That's crazy. Yikes. Seems like it was just not too long ago. 5 years. Like we gave some people some more emotes too. Nice. Did I get an emote too? I got another emote too. Alright, this is the second wave of the Twitch holiday emotes. Yeah, looks like we got one too. Torch got one. Nice. Now we can show the collections. Show us the collections, I guess, that you've got of. Let me see if I'm gonna go into mine here real quick. Yeah, the second wave of the Twitch holiday emotes have been dropped, I think, as of the start of this week. I think. Now I just gotta find out what do I got here. I know I don't have all of them. That's for darn sure. Let's see. That's the hindsight. That's the type train. Where do they put these things? They got it in a separate section here. Might be different on mobile too. Why am I not seeing them? I just got one, so where the heck are you putting them? That's not the ones there, I don't think. Or are they? Are these the ones? I don't know if these are it or not, but that's one of them too, it looks like. How are we doing there still? It got us all perplexed there. It just seems like I could have swore it was like not too long ago. I know you have gifted quite a few subs too, so that might be what had confused me a little bit there. So I apologize for my ignorance on that. Hope you're doing well there, Steelcrafter. Yeah, that's kind of a goofy one there. I think that's one of them anyway. Got lots of unlocked emotes, I guess, as far as the Twitch stuff anyway. I guess I'll have to look into that a little bit later. Very good to hear. Very good to hear. 6 months though. You got the 6-month badge. Yep. Officially, the 6-month badge as far as the blue star. So you start off with the red, the blue, graduate yourself up to the gold, which is the 9-month, and then you get the little flare, I guess, with the gold one, I guess, once you get to the 1 year. So appreciate that very much, Sir Steelcrafter. Yeah, currently we're just in the process of well, we've come to a little bit of a setback. It's a little bit of readjustment to the LiDAR in an effort to create the new track template that we need to bring into our sandbox to create our track. And Torch just brought it to the attention there that rescaling of the LiDAR that I did pretty roughly and quickly is still off. So that's what we got to adjust that still a little bit more. So that's where we're at right now. So this white selection here that we've got here is the LiDAR based on the real world height data information, and with our ground plane that we've got scaled properly based on Google Earth measurements and so on, we're trying to get that sized up to that. So that's where we're at. Just to kind of brief summary, I guess, as far as what we've got going on now. We can see the wall and or the catch fence right here. I'm going to poke up this a little bit more. Whoops, I'm going the wrong stinking way. Alright, let's bring this up just a little bit more so we can see. Now, what we're in the process of trying to do, these little boxes here are the lights, the infield lights that we can see right here on the ground plane. We've got this opening here that's in the wall. So it looks like I might have overscaled it just a bit much. Just a bit much in that direction. So let's go ahead and scale that back down. These are lining up. This is still too scaled too much that way. So let's go ahead and bring this back this way. And that's going to be on the Y here. So let's go down like so. And I can see how that adjusts here. Now we got the wall basically right here with that opening, and then these little dots here that are part of the LiDAR data need to line up with our infield lights. So we might even have to shift this a little bit in this direction too, because you can see that's off. Looking that way, and I can tell by looking over here too. Yep, just a little bit off that way. So either we'll have to shift it that way and or rescale it. Alright, let's scale this down a little bit more. Something like that. And then what I'll do is I'm going to try and shift this on the X. Nope, I'm going to go the other way. So you can see how I'm getting to line this up here. Get that opening here with that wall. And we can see these here are closer to lining up here. Yep, so we can see our inside wall right here on the ground plane. Got to line this up with that. And then you got these little specks here. The that are the light structures there. We need to line those up in that. So we got to go a little bit more into X. Shift that over. I got to pay attention to this here too. Make sure we're not going over. Still looks pretty good there. Okay. Let's shift this over a little bit more. Whoops. And we'll shift this down on the Y. Okay, let's see how we're doing over here. That's actually not too bad. It's a little bit off right here. You can see the wall here. Top of the wall there. Let's bring our LiDAR up just a little bit more. Okay. Oh, we're still stinking close. See, you can see right there. Now, whether or not we need to rescale, let's check this in here. Let's go all the way around this way. Oh, this is all off. Yeah, we're definitely going to have to rescale this direction as well. This is all off. Yep, sure is. So this right here is a part of the LiDAR. We got the inside walls basically right there. See the grass line, and then we've got the light fixtures on the ground plane. Got to get that. So it definitely does have to be rescaled in this direction as well, as far as with the X. Okay, so we'll go back this way, and we'll scale it up on the X. Now, because it's doing both directions there, just in this direction, we're going to have to line up one end and see if it lines up on the other end. That's basically how that's going to work. So this is lining up pretty good there. How are we doing over here? That's a uniform scale as far as that way too. So uniformly meaning it's not just going one direction and not the other, as far as on that axis. Alright, so let's move it up a little bit. Okay, so more than likely what's going to happen is we'll have to overshoot this and then line that back up, and then once we do get that end lined up here, that should line up over here. So we're still that much off. Again, you can see where the inside wall is right there. You can see where the light fixtures on the ground plane are right there. So it still needs to be scaled this way. So we'll bump it up. Whoops, that's the wrong way. That was definitely the wrong way. Why did it do that? Why in the world is it doing that? Hold on a second. That should not be going that way. Interesting. Wonder why it's only giving me the one direction here. Here, let's go back into here. There it goes. I don't know why it was only giving me the one direction. That was crazy. Anywho, now that we got that settled up, I just had to click off of it and click back into it. It could definitely be because the 3D Max is just struggling, I guess, to load all this information. It's a lot of cloud point data into this. So it probably is just hesitating a little bit. And that's understandable. That's to be expected. Definitely to be expected. Alright, so yeah, we still need to stretch it out this way. There we go. So what I'm going to do here is get this to overshoot a little bit, and I'll have to bring that over, just move it over. See, right here it lines up. Okay. I'm going to be playing a little bit of ping pong with this a little bit, it looks like. I might have that scaled a little too much, so I'm going to have this to where it's behind it, you know, short of it, so that when I overshoot this side, I'll be able to scoot that over, and that's going to line that up. So let's go down on this. Why does it keep going in that direction? I don't understand why it keeps doing that. That should be staying on the X on the uniform there. That is weird. There we go. That is super weird. I'm just going to chalk it up as it's probably just a lot of data for Max to basically comprehend, and it doesn't know what to do with it. See, yeah, it's doing it again. It's only on the one direction there, so I'm going to have to tick out of this and go back into it till I get all that. Have to be aware of that. That might be something you might deal with if you're doing these types of things. Okay, so we'll try that. That's probably going to be pretty close, so let's try and move this over on the X in this direction and get that lined up. I can zoom in here quite a bit. I don't need to keep zooming out. I'm just trying to show some clarity. Okay, that's off there just a tad. That's pretty darn close there as far as that opening. These are lining up pretty good. Oh yeah, we're getting a little bit closer here. So that's the top of our wall there. There's our lights. That's actually pretty doggone close. We're a little bit off on some of these, it seems. Okay. So I'm wondering if I still need to rescale, or can I get away with just bumping this over this way? Let's try that first. That is actually not too bad right there. So let me move this up. I'm just bringing some of them more of the LiDAR cut through, I guess, the ground plane, just to kind of get some more clarity. But yeah, you can see how these shadows of these light fixtures are kind of lining up there. We got the wall. It's pretty much lined up there. We got that opening. Let's move it down a little bit on the LiDAR. That's actually not that terrible. There's some of these that aren't lining up exactly. See, these little specks here in the LiDAR should be lining up with these spots on the ground plane. Some of these are, but these are not. So, okay, how are we doing in the infield here? This is actually... I could probably get away with scaling it up on the X just a little bit. Let's try that again. Okay, let's do that. And then I would have to bring this back this way. That's not doing it. Man, all this lines up pretty doggone good over here, though. And that's usually what'll happen. Obviously, that's what happened when I line up all these in-field objects. Come to that conclusion that the backstretch is not even lined up. Let's bring this down a little bit. So you can see all these buildings are pretty decent here. Now, keeping in mind, this is shadowing these spots. That's not part of the building. But there is probably a little bit of room, I guess, to move this down. That way. Oops. That's the top of the wall there. So that opening actually looks pretty good there. See, a lot of these lights aren't really lining up. That's kind of crazy. See, this opening here, you can see that's a little bit off. Dadgummit. It's like you get one thing lined up here and... But that's what you're going to find. That's what you're going to find yourself having to do. Going all the way around there and picking out all these key points here as far as to see if they do line up or not. And then adjust according to, like, this, none of this lines up. So that's suggesting that this still is off in this direction as far as the scaling. This whole wall here is way off. Okay. pursuit. Let's adjust it on the Y. I don't want to adjust it too much because we still want to keep this lined up. Alright, so now if we go this way and move it this way on the Y. I don't like how these shadows for these lights aren't lining up anymore though. Those are pretty much static. They don't take those down and reapply them, you know, from like year to year. So that's not something that's going to move. Yeah, this is all off right here. Way off. See, there's the inside wall. Got the light fixtures there. That's still needs to be shifted. Okay. Alrighty, so we'll go this way. Playing a little bit of ping pong, but that's to be expected. Let's bring that down a little bit. Alright, so now we'll go. So what you want to do is don't get too carried away, I guess, with, you know, doing massive swings in there. In most cases, it's going to be best just to come down here and adjust your X and Y in here and adjust it subtly. Otherwise, you're just going to keep, you know, just whacking it out of shape as far as just grabbing this. As far as on the... And I do suggest to use the... you got two forms where you got a uniform scale, which you don't want to change the height or anything to it. You only want to change, in this case, the X and the Y. So you want to use this scale tool, not the uniform scale. Now this is a uniform X and Y, and then there's just an overall uniform scale. You don't, like I said, you don't want to change the height of the data that's in the LiDAR. You only want to adjust it either on the X or the Y. So be sure to use that tool when scaling it. Yeah, using that overall uniform scale is not going to be a very good... Okay, so we need to move this up this way. And also shift it on the X this way. So you can see how we're getting this lined up here. And in the process there, the rest of that should line up the same. Now, here's the scoring pylon. You can see how that's lining up with the shadow of that. Okay. Oops, going the wrong way. That's another reason why you want to probably use these here. If you click it once or whatever and you see it shifting the wrong way, it's easier to adjust it that way too. So that's pretty good. See, now we're lining up. Yeah, still kind of off there. These are off. Yeah, this is all way off again, son of a gun. So as you adjust subtly, even in the one direction, you're going to find other areas that are going to be off. That's going to be expected. And that's definitely what probably happened when I lined all this stuff here in the infield here, threw all this off in the backstretch. Scared the ever-loving crap out of me. Oh, that was the Kappa. So that's the middle ground slots. So we got a couple of slot winners there so far. Pretty cool. I got to skip over this one. We got to skip over that one. Have not yet taken that out of the playlist. Slacking there a little bit. Alright, so yeah, we need to adjust on this direction here. So let's go to scale. Let me make sure this isn't overshooting here. Yeah, so that's pretty much lined up as it is. So we're going to have to scale it a little bit more on the X. And again, I'm reserving myself to use this as opposed to just coming down here and clicking up or down. Man, this is all off in this direction. Way off. Alright. Trying to figure out which direction I need to go. I need to have this over to that side and this one to... One needs to be, on one end it needs to be over and the other side needs to be short. So that way I can shift it in one direction. In most cases when you're scaling it, you're not going to get those to line up, you know, even though it is a uniform scale, In most cases, you're not going to get it to line up on both ends. So a lot of cases you want to scale it and then shift it on the X and Y based on the translate. That's usually how that works. Yeah, see, it's doing that again. I don't understand why it's doing that. It's making me click out of that and go back into it. It's only doing it on the X there. It should definitely be highlighting all that information there. Anyway. Let's see here. I'm going to try this anyway. Let's bring this up like that. That's closer. Still off here. Where are we at here, though? Yeah, see, I can probably bring this back a tad. Let's go this way just a little more. I'll go into the translate. Bring it back this way. See how we are this way. That's pretty decent. All the way over here. That's a little bit off here. In fact, they're way off here again. Son of a biscuit, anyway. I don't know how that's shifting off so much. So we got a top of our wall here in the LiDAR. There's the top of the wall in the ground plane. And then our light fixtures. These are all lined up. This is being super stubborn. Super duper stubborn. Yeah, these buildings here, it looks like it's got to shift down this way. See the way the buildings are lined up, or the lack of lining up. Let's go that way. Oops. The victory lane there. Yeah, this is way off, so. Hey, Yakadumba. Way off. We're probably good 3 or 4 meters off on this here. That's a lot. This is lining up pretty good, though. Let's see if we can shift this up on the X. Or on the Y, my bad. So that's pretty good. Yeah, this is all still way off here. Wow. It's amazing how a lot of this other stuff will line up. These other areas will line up, but then you get one area that does not. This is crazy how much that's off right there, based on everything else lining up. You see how that lines up really nicely. Okay, well, I'm not even really sure if I need to go on the X or the Y in the scale at this point. Let's try it on the X. Okay, let's try that just a little bit. And we'll shift it on the X this way. This is all going to be off now a bit. Yep. So now that's short. That is crazy how that's not. Now, keeping in mind too that the image that is the ground plane there will probably be some skewing, because when you take the picture, you know, when you get the image from the sat image, you know, from Google Earth, say for example, you're going to get some shifting and or skewing, you know, as far as perspective as you take that snapshot, I guess, from Google Earth, regardless of whether or not you're taking quadrants, you know, and stitching it together in a high-res image or not. So that might be what we're dealing with here. And ultimately what that would come down to is kind of split the difference between to compensate, I guess, for that potential skewing. So it may come down to it where this will have to be acceptable with how much this is off here in comparison, because if you look at all the other portions that we've got here, they're lining up almost perfectly. Actually, this is pretty much off here again, son of a gun. Yeah, so these buildings, if you get these buildings, whatever, if you get the like over 75% or so of the track LiDAR lined up with your ground plane image, chances are that it's going to be due to skewing of the image. So yeah, there's a matter of a fudge factor, yeah, because of that. Now, question is just how much do we want to fudge this? I'd rather have these buildings lining up and getting a majority of these, and even if these are off just a tad, uniformly all the way around, that should be pretty much acceptable. Okay, so let's see if we can get these buildings lined up and go from there. So we need to come down. Let's go this way. Wow, that's a lot. That is a lot. Okay, I'm satisfied that. That looks pretty good. Yeah, so the fact that all these lights here, as far as these little white specks in comparison to the ground plane, that's probably not going to line up as much as we'd like them to. That looks pretty decent there. This is way off. Holy crap, I don't like how much that's off. Yeah, we're going to have to split the difference between both ends of the track here. So there's going to be a little bit of buffer or padding, if you will, I guess, as far as on both ends here, just to kind of split the difference of this, because this is too much on one end. That's way too much. So what we'll do, we'll get this closer, scale it back down on the X. Actually, I need to go up on it like this. Okay, and then we'll have to bring this end over like so, until we can split that difference here. So I'm kind of close the gap on how much distance there's between the LiDAR and this ground plane image. Come to a happy median between that. So I don't think we're going to get it exactly lined up at this point. Don't think that's going to be possible. We can get it pretty darn close though, that's for sure. Alright. How are our buildings doing? Our buildings look good. Now, again, this part here is shadow. That's not part of the building. So yeah, we're pretty well spot on there. So this opening here in the wall is good. And a lot of these, again, these white specks here for the light fixtures aren't 100% lining up with that. I'm not going to worry about that at this point. If our wall openings and that are lining up, that's pretty much what I'm going to go by. So that's pretty decent there. This is... It's a little more off than I'd like it to be. I'm going to see if I can shift it more on the X. Okay, go this way though. It's probably about there. Alright, let's bring this whole thing up. Whoops, that's scaling, man. Oh shoot, I was in uniform scale. Crap. I was in my uniform scale and not the son of a bitch scale. That's not what I wanted to do. But we'll work with it. Maybe that'll help our efforts here. So go there. Good. Good. Maybe we can get this pretty close. This is okay. So this is kind of crazy how much this is left. Oh, God dang it! Yeah. This is a lot. I mean, we're talking a good 3 to 4 meters right there. That's quite a bit. We're talking 6 to 8 feet right here. That's a lot. Holy mackerel. So we got to split the difference in that direction too. Alrighty then. Okay. Gotta love it. Alright, so let's see. Why is it doing this? It's so annoying. I wish it would stop doing that. Give me that information, you dummy. There it goes. Yeah, so seems like when I more zoom in and out, you can see how this information goes gray when I'm in the uniform. That is super weird. Okay. Anyway. See, it's shifting all this off now. I just can't get over how much that's off. That's crazy. Really crazy. I'm just doing subtle movements on that too. Might not be hard to see that just as far as in there, but you don't want to go too drastic on it. That's for sure. You can spend hours on this as far as if you do that. Get too crazy with it. As far as let's do that. Shift that up. That's not too bad there. This is off though now. Son of a. Yeah, that's a lot off right there. That's the corner of the buildings. My goodness. It's gonna be a lot of fudge factor, that's for sure, looking like. A little more fudge factor than I'm comfortable with. Okay. This is probably still way off. That's actually not bad. Yeah, that's pretty good there. So you can see the top of the wall there. That's maybe only about a 1 to 2 meter deviation there at this point. This has still got a lot. Holy mackerel. Yeah, this is too much here. That's teetering on at about 3 meters, 2.5 meters. That's close to 6 feet. That's too much. Too much. Okay. I wish I could say there was a, easier way, I guess, to be able to do this, but this is part of the process of getting your LiDAR line up to your ground plane. That's why it's very important to get the LiDAR as close to scale as possible, as far as based on what you've measured in Google Earth, for example. But this is way too much deviation from that to be comfortable with. Let's do that. I'd like it to be something like that, or even like that, but then you get this, playing some ping pong again. Definitely takes a lot of patience for this. Okay, let's try that. Yeah, see, now it's overscaled here. Okay, so we gotta go down. Up there. Okay, let's go back this way. That's a little more reasonable, I suppose. Ah, man, I just wish that was closer. These buildings. I mean, that's pretty acceptable. What I don't like is still that there. So if I shift this up, let's rescale this way. Yeah, that's pretty decent. Okay, now I think we're getting somewhere. So as we go around here, we can see this is lined up pretty good. Openings here, opening there. That wall, we got not quite as much deviation from that. Same goes for here. I think that's probably gonna do it. That's adding that little bit of fudge factor, I guess, to it there. So even as we pan out here, we can definitely see the openings and how that white of the LiDAR there is lining up with the top of the walls and the light fixtures. You got these structures in the infield. This would be defined as the infield or the victory lane. So let's do this. Bring a little bit more of the wall in there. You can see that. That, I would have to say, is about where you want it to be. So that's taking a little bit more time than what I did. I did that obviously very quickly, I guess, as far as to get it to that, what I've sent torch, I guess, like that. So, yeah. I think that's probably going to do it. Now, we don't need to do anything more with the LiDAR. Once it's scaled into there, you can just pretty much leave that where it's at. You don't need to zero out or update, reset the X-form or anything like that, because you're not using that as an object. You're only using that for a point of reference within Max here. That's all. Okay, so to be much the same process, honestly, with what the heck did you just do? I moved it down. Yeah, so to be much the same process for this grandstand piece here, I'll have to do much the same thing. Get that lined up here. Now, keeping in mind we don't have nearly as much information to go by as we do with this polysegmentation of the track, as we do as far as like just the wall pieces and the structures here. We're gonna have a little bit more minimal information, I guess, on the grandstand. But we're going to see if we can apply the same process here, much the same thing. Well, it'd probably be better off for me to just ascend the max scene again, probably, because yeah, I don't think just giving you the numbers is going to cut it. Yeah, it'd probably be better off. I'm probably just gonna have to send the scene again and start from there, because yeah, these numbers, I don't 100% rely on those, because it's gonna, I don't know, for some reason it varies from system to system. Don't ask me why, it just seems that way, because it seems for as many times as we've tossed it back and forth, it always seems to be off. So to me, it would probably just be best to send the max scene that's going to have all the settings in there and just go with that. Because I'm about through, I guess, with lining this business up as well. It's a lot of information, but at least you get hopefully the idea as far as the part of the way that process works anyway. You don't want to look at just one area, which is pretty much what all I did for the most part. When I initially aligned this up here, I was paying attention to mostly what's going on in pit road, which made all of this off as far as on the backstretch between turns 2 and 3. That whole part of the track was off. This should be much closer, I guess, than what I had at that previous attempt, with a little bit of fudge factor, I guess, applied to it, just to accommodate any potential skewing that's in a ground plane image. Which might also introduce the idea too, if you have the means of being able to create, you know, a more high-res detailed image, may help correct that somewhat. But even by doing so, you're still going to end up having an issue with skewing as far as with your, and by that it's just going to be amount of perspective. Because even though you do use that top-down view, I guess as far as in Google Earth, to take those images, you know, as far as to stitch those out, you're still going to have this skewing regardless. So that's just a fair mention when it comes to selecting the image that you use, I guess, for your ground plane and or your background image once you get into the sandbox. So how we doing there, Lady Death? I hope you're doing well. I know you're staying nice and warm and cozy over there. Yeah, we're doing pretty good, other than just taking some time to rescale our track information so we can get the track finally built, I guess, into a sandbox. But that's kind of what we've got in the picture here. Just taking a little bit of a break because that was quite a bit of work there, but I think that's going to work for us there. Now, Torch, if you care to want to, you can try doing what you were suggesting there, but I don't think that's going to work. Especially if you've already taken the initiative, I guess, to try and scale up the LiDAR, you know, in an effort, I guess, to try and line things up that weren't, because obviously you noticed that it wasn't lining up. So if you've made any attempt, I guess, to rescale that there, that's probably even more so what's going to throw off these numbers that I have, you know, as far as to get it to where it's at currently. So, but if you do want to attempt it, you can try it, but I don't expect it, I guess, to be exactly the same. Holy crap. Warm, no. Cozy, maybe. Well, I guess that's I guess that's a little bit better than nothing. So that's 2 jackpots that we've got in the stream here too. That's crazy. 92 units on the shot. Are you gonna settle on that? Oh, she did risk. And 65. So that's woo, 3 for 3. That's what I'm talking about. Here. I don't know if I do have another one there. I can remember. Yeah, 3 for 3. Nice. Which one do I don't have another one in there, I guess, as far as let's do this one. I also have this available, I guess, as far as if you do a rip, that should do it the same way. That's about as close as one I have, because I know even for me that win is going to be on a cooldown. Apparently. So don't let it get the better of you, though. As far as the gambling, I've seen plenty of people, I guess, get a little too greedy with it. Anyway, with these numbers here, Torch, here, let me do it this way. If you're on the Discord, I still have that open here. Let's do this. So I'll give you that information like this. You can try it, but I would not expect it, I guess, to be the same as what I got here. Like I said, especially if you've already tried to adjust it yourself, I guess, as far as to get, you know, fix what you noticed, I guess, was off. It's not going to be the same number as what you started off with, let's put it that way. Though from what I initially sent you, right? It's probably going to be all the win today. Yeah, kind of cut your losses. Not cut your losses, but I mean just quit while you're ahead. That's probably better. Let's go with that. So torch, let me do this. That is the numbers that I've got there. You can feel free to try those out, but probably what I'll end up doing is probably still sending you another version of the max scene to go by, just to make sure. And you can always compare that new max scene that I sent. I'll send that post stream and compare that with those numbers that you've applied to it there. So. Easy on the shot there, James. Yeah, trying to give yourself an additional shot there, I guess, with... But you did get the scold. Oh, nope, the scold got you too, yep. It got you. It got you. Alright, so, yeah, we're going to try and do the same process with the lining up our grandstand information here from our LiDAR. Using much the same process that we just did with the grandstand. Yeah, that's the only thing I was mentioning. But I figured if you did want to try it on your end, if you were in max or whatever, that you have that information, you can always compare that once I do send it back. Okay. Let's see here. So if we drop this down. Now, as I was saying before, before Torch had made that abundantly clear that the track LiDAR was off. Yeah, even if by deselecting that too, you can see that how that lines up much better. I'm surprised I didn't notice that in the first place, to be honest. But yeah, that's much better that way. See how that wall lines up. It's a little bit of a fudge factor, like I said, too. But moving on to the grandstand, we do not want to use this edge, this hard edge that's on this polysegmentation for the LiDAR itself, as the shape of our grandstand. So even though I did try to polysegment that out pretty closely, I guess, to the edge of that grandstand, that's not what we would necessarily want to line up as our edge of our grandstand. So more what we want to go by as far as where the end's at, and probably these towers. That's probably going to be our key points of reference there. So I just wish we had this building here and this in here. That would be nice. We don't have that in our ground plane, unfortunately. Okay. I know I'm beating around the bush here, and I need to see what direction we need to go with this here. So let's try from this end here. So we've got this is going to be a little tough, I think. Tougher than I thought. So we got these towers right here. That's basically what we got to line up here. So you can see those three right here. So you got the bigger piece here, and you got the two smaller ones. I think they got like stairwells and or elevators, I guess, on these things. I'm not 100% sure. James might know a little bit more about that, because I know he's put this grandstand together based on the 2015 build. But see, you can see how these got this here would line up with that. This here would line up with this, and so on. That's kind of how that would work. So let's see if we can shift this way. And like I said, it's going to be much the same process as how we lined up the track items there. So we can probably use these shadows, I guess, as somewhat. Let's go to top down. Zoom in on that. There we go. Okay. I think my playlist ended. Let's go ahead and get that started back up. That was a quick, has it already been like a... Wow. I got an hour and 45 minutes worth of playlist there. Where are we at? Oh, we're not even at an hour and a half. Interesting. I know I skipped over that one there. Turn off display selected edges in the viewport settings. I already did that. This is the result I get, unfortunately. The edges aren't on. This is just all the... That's just the poly information. I did convert this over to editable poly too, for mention. Yep. That's just the polys. That's not even the edges. But yeah, they're already off. This is with them on. Yeah, that's the best I can clear it up anyway. And it's not 100% terrible, I guess, as far as... Just a matter of kind of move it up and down, I guess, as far as to get those lined up there. So we got the shadows and stuff like that to line up to it. I guess I'm not sure what you mean. That's usually where I go, is just right up here as far as the edge faces. That's the same thing. In fact, we've got a video on the SDS YouTube, I guess, that shows that too, as far as being able to go up into right up in your corner here and adjust either if you got the edge faces on or off. And you can see the edge faces here. Oops, let's scoot this down. If I turn them off, you can see how those go away. It's just got a lot of data in this thing, as far as a lot of color point data, as far as the polys and whatever. So that's as much as it can go off. At what bottom of which list? Oh, in this list? Yeah, it's basically the same thing though. Yeah, see, it's already off. That's what I mean. You can do the same thing. You can come in and configure, or you can just click it like I just did. So again, that's the same option here. That's all it's doing. I don't know, maybe I'm being stupid. This got edge faces here. Oh, you're talking about this one here. There you go. Yeah, so before what it's been able to do is as far as just go up into here. So I don't know why it's making me go that far. Yeah, maybe this is what I was talking about here too, so you can do it this way. I know there was a key in here, so you can actually do an F2 when you're in this mode, and it'll do the same thing. I knew it was something simpler, so you can go this way as well. So you don't have to go into configure, I knew that. That's what I was trying to understand. So you can go to display here and just uncheck it much the same way. That to me is probably a little bit simpler, so either the edge faces or the display selected. There's your edge faces and there's not. But that's also via F2 if you want to shade them. Yeah, so that's a little bit of review. That's definitely on the SDS YouTube, I guess, as far as all that things. But yeah, it does give it a little bit more clarity, I guess, as far as being able to line these things up. So now we can see the in the ground plane. Actually, we're not too far off, it doesn't seem like. Probably have to scale it still. But yeah, you can definitely. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Select that. Yeah, so the fact that I got it turned off there, you can't see it being selected, but the only way I can tell is it's either up here or going to my items list. Okay, so what we'll do is we need to scale it, looks like on the X at least anyway. Let's see what we got here. Yeah, so if you don't turn it back on, obviously it's going to be tough to be able to tell if you do have it selected from the viewport here. And your only indication is going to be going in your items list to see what you've got selected, or look over to your rollout. In this case, it's my edible poly rollout over on this side. And you might have a different layout too, because you can put these boxes, you know, pretty much anywhere you want. I tend to keep them over here on the right for that stuff, but that's all to your personal preference. Okay, so with that selected, let's move it back up here. There we go. So get it revealed here a little bit more. And it looks like initially here we'll have to scale it on the X this way, just to get some of these towers to line up. So these line up, but not so much on this side. Okay, so we got to kind of pretend that we've got this building over here as far as on our ground plane, as far as this little penthouse or the VIP suites. Okay, so let's go to scale. And again, I'm using that X and Y uniform scale, not the overall uniform scale, because we do not want to touch that height data. Very critical. So yeah, I'm just showing the differences here. So if you grab it this way, you can definitely still do it this way, but it does it a lot more extreme this way than it does with just going down here at the bottom. I don't know why it's adjusting Z. That should be X actually. Let me get this back. Yeah, that's shifting on the X and it shouldn't be. Alright, let's go back to this way. I don't know why it was shifting that on the Z. That shouldn't have been doing that. It should be on the X, which is this way. This is X, that's Y. Why ask why? Okay, so let's go this way. That's interesting. I wonder why it's doing that. And see, that's what you get for well, you got the 100 on the skull, but see, that's, you were on the cooldown there. See, the bot's teaching you a lesson there. Wow, this is not... Okay, I think what I might have to do, which I thought I already did, let's put this back to 100. That is not shifting it the way I thought it was going to shift. Did that. Try something here. Effect pivot, center. This whole rotation's off, that's what the deal is. Alright, let's go into rotate. That's what it is. We need to get this straight out there. Let's do effect pivot. And zero that out. We'll leave that one alone. So that was cockeyed there, so maybe that's why that was doing that. So we need to get this in this direction. We need to get it to be true zero in this case. I did have to rotate this. I did an I did an angle snap, I guess, as far as to get this lined up with our ground plane. Because when we initially brought it in from the object in from the poly segmentation from Cloud Compare, definitely didn't line up there, so I had to get that to line up as it is right now. So I just effected pivot to get that rotation, I guess, to be at 0. So now when I do the uniform scale, it should be able to go true on the X now. See, it's doing that thing again. Interesting. Okay, so as I pan through that, I didn't know that that was a thing before as far as like how it turns off. Interesting. Anyway, now it should go more true to this way. So because that rotation was off, it was kind of doing it both on the X and the Z in that case, and I didn't want it to do that. So now we should be good to go. I'm changing that. So now it's only changing it on the X, which is this way. Hopefully that makes sense. Nope. That's screwing up again. Yeah, deselect it, select it again. There we go. Okay, and then we'll move it on the X this way. So much the same thing that we're doing with the track. We're just trying to get these elements to line up on our LiDAR based on our ground plane. We'll probably have a little bit of fudge factor to apply to this as well. That's probably not too bad. I don't know what else is going on between these elements right here. So I think this here is this tower, so we still need to shift so that this here lines up with this outside edge here. That's what I'm thinking is going on there, because this is pretty obvious what's going on over on this side. Alright, so what we'll do is we'll scale this down a little bit more. Okay, and then we'll shift it on the X this way. Oops, wrong way. Something like that. Yeah, maybe a little bit more. And maybe a little bit on the Y. Oops, wrong direction. That's actually probably not too bad right there. Now, these little booths here, I don't think those are... let me see if I can move this up on the Z. Yep, there they are right there. So if we reveal a little bit more there, we can definitely see where those line up now. So I could probably scale or shift this over a little bit this way. And a little bit on the Y. That's not too darn bad. So we're a little bit off that way now. That's pretty stinking close. Okay, let's scale on the X here a little bit. A little bit of ping pong, but I think it'll come together here eventually. Scale it up. Go that way. Oops, wrong way. That's pretty stinking good right there. Okay, so that's on there. Let's bring it down a little bit. That's lining up pretty darn good right there. So you can see how that reveals like so. So we're looking at all these towers, whatnot they got behind the grandstands there. Yep, they've got that pretty much well nailed there. What was that, Torch, as far as the plus there? Yeah, you're on a cooldown here yet. You gotta wait a little bit. Y'all are getting a little too anxious, I guess, with that, trying to miniature that shot. Y'all getting reprimanded. Oh, what the heck is this going on here? Get that out of the way. Oh, you were cleaning your keyboard, gotcha. Because shot. Oh, that's true. But that's why it's on the reserve there, right? So you can't you don't want to get too much of a good thing, let's put it that way. So now what we can see here, as far as where the press boots and whatever like that, okay, so from our ground plane here, we can definitely see the outline of where the seating areas are based on the ground plane, and then this is where the press boxes are. So that's definitely very useful information, I guess, as far as that, you know, for creating a model based on that. So once that's into position here, you can create your model or bring your existing model that we do have from the 2015 build and see how well that lines up. And I think I'm gonna look through my stuff here. I don't remember if I have the raw 3ds for that. I'll have to double check that and see. Just a little more, man. I can quit anytime I want. I don't. Drinks? Yeah, I don't have any drinks. I probably need one. You know what? If you've got here, let me do something here. I just had an idea. Torchy just gave me an idea here. Work with me just a second. I'm gonna take a little bit of a break on this for a second. Man, I think we're pretty well lined up on this thing though. We're about ready to bring in our previous construct of, I guess, of our grandstand model based on that information. So let me do this here. Let's create a new command, and we'll have this available for anybody. Now this is assuming that you are of the drinking age too, so let's do this. This should work in theory, at least in my head it does. Put this on general, and definitely want to have a cooldown on it. Yes. And let's do this. Should be a global emote, Twitch emote at least anyway, so we'll see how this works anyway. And you feel good about it all, as far as you got us all addicted to those. Yeah, so you're blaming it on me, I gotcha. Ban cooldown, I will say when. Okay. Alright, so let's try this one. Where to put that? Here it is. Yep, so that one should be available now. Let's try this out. Let's see how well I did here. There you go. So hopefully you can see that should be a global Twitch emote. So hopefully you should be able to see it. So if you want to be able to get a drink, it's only on a 1 minute cooldown. So if you want to get sloshed and hammered, go ahead. Cheers. Okay, so what I want to look for next is our previous construct and see if I do have one. If I don't, I can always try to create that to at least get do a comparison, I guess, as far as how the height of this should be in comparison now that we do have the LiDAR. So let me look through my stuff here. Got to look through my archives. You log into Google search and type shot without even thinking about it. Do you really? That's funny. Got you so addicted. That's, oh my, what have I done? What have I done? Okay, so yeah, I need to go here. Going through the Wayback Machine here, so let's see here. Going all the way back to the 2015 build, and I think I do. It's right here. There's the front stretch grandstand club. I think we did break these up. That's the original stuff there. Here's the objects. So there's the towers. Yeah, so this is all broken down, looks like. Let's see here. Do I have the overall stand? That's what I want to see here. So we got the suites. Front stretch grandstand main. Let's try and bring this one in here and see. This should already be scaled based on... Let's try this out. Let's import. I couldn't exactly remember how that was constructed there, but it's looking like it was in different pieces. You had the suites, the towers, you had the club that's on the end going into turn 1, such like that. Okay, so if we go to Mesh, Texas, 2015, and let's bring this one in, and I want to merge that, but don't convert the units. Boom. Okay, so what do we have? So this, I think, is 0 to out. Yeah, so we're gonna have to move this into position. Oh, that's right, I got that turned off. This is what James was talking about as far as like if you don't have those turned back on, when you select items here, the only indication is going to be if you look over here, go to your items list. So in this case here, I do have this selected. We're going to go ahead and turn that back on now. Let's go to configure and turn that back on. Or you can go to this here, you can turn those on or off. Either way, a little bit of review. Alright, so this one here is definitely 0 to out. So what I can do is probably move this into position like so. Now this is the seating area, it looks like. What I was hoping to get was the press boxes there, so that's probably what I want to bring in here. I could probably go by our 2015 build and see what position. We did put that in sandbox, so I can even closer get this to where it needs to be. But from what I can tell initially, as far as the angle of this, it's probably not too far off. Now keeping in mind I don't have the LiDAR all the way up, so if I can go into this, at least for the grandstands anyway, so if I bring this all the way up like so, we can get a better indication. So this is with the seating area of the grandstands from the object from 2015. You can see how that is. So it's probably got some elevation change in the seating areas themselves, as far as it not being like uniformly, uniform in one level all the way across there. It probably does go. It's probably higher in one end than it is the other. What do we got here? Well, what did I miss? Support group for... Oh, support group for shot. So we all having group therapy, I guess, here now. What's Monday at 8 a.m.? Or 8 p.m., I should say. That's only for quitters, though. Maybe I'll sneak in a few shots. What are you all talking about? What time is the Switch support meetings? Yeah, so you're all arranging, I guess, to have support meetings, I guess, for the shots. Anyway, so let's bring in... Y'all are crazy. Let's import the suites. Let's merge that in. There we go. And let's move that in. So I got the edges on. That one's not zeroed out. What's that? Interesting. So this one's not zeroed out, but I can bring this over this way. Oh, I can already see We got a little bit of offness here, maybe. Of course, it's not zeroed either, so let's do this. Let's do effect pivot, center. Let's try that. Okay. Now, keeping in mind when this original object was done, I'm going to hide this for a second. When this original object was done for the grandstands, particularly like the suites and all that, it was based on just a ground plane. So, not even necessarily this particular ground plane, because obviously this ground plane is based on 2018. So, if I lower this model down, let's see, will it go down? Hello? There we go. So if we lower this down, I'm going to hide this one as well. That's the seating area. So let's take a look at just the suites. So you can see how that was lined up initially. Now, again, it wasn't based on this this particular ground plane, right? This was based on a 2015 build. Now you can see just by looking at this here, probably just about how much this is off. Now we know our ground plane, with exception, I guess, to a little bit of skewing that might exist in there as far as the fudge factor. You can see a little bit how much this is probably off. Which, when you really think about it, it's not that bad. So you got maybe a little bit more than needs. Now this is maybe kind of cut off here too, but you kind of get the idea. So there may be some adjustment into this based on this new ground plane, but for the most part, it's really not that bad. Maybe off here just a tad, and maybe on this end just a little bit. But as far as where the bends are at, as far as how that lines up in there, and this is not even really taking the time, I guess, to get it into position. Now, if I really wanted to, I could go into Sandbox and actually find out what the coordinates were and put that at that, and that's probably pretty much where it would be. Yeah. Whoa, what is that emote? What's that a can of? Drink purple? Interesting. Where'd you get that one? Is that one of those unlocked ones there too? Who you talking about, Willis? Let's see, that's standard on the suites in turn 1. I remember taking the track PR lady into... Wait, remember talking the track PR lady into taking phone photos of that design in the seats form. Yeah, so I remember that was part of the process as far as getting that. It's like a checkered pattern or a waving flag. In that area, yeah. You can't really see that anymore, I guess, as far as in this this SAT image. So I don't know if they've since gotten rid of that. I'm not sure. But yeah, there was, and again, that's going back to informations that we had. Let's see if I navigate to that. So we had some information. Let's see if I even have anything on that, for example. So we got some pics. Let's see what we got here. James, you might have more. I don't think I do, but just to kind of look through these. Yeah, so this little checkered pattern, I don't even think they've got that there anymore, unfortunately. Yeah, so this little area here, as far as that, James really had to, he went to town, I guess, as far as getting these seats painted in that section, much the same way. Now, granted, this is based on a 2015 photo, so this is totally outdated. Still got the Sprint Cup and all that good stuff. You called it and extracted. See, you got greedy. See, that's what happens. That's what happens when you get greedy. So yeah, based on what I can see here in this 2018 image, I don't think they have that in there anymore. You can't see any remnants of that on the painted on the stands. Now, this is going to be over here. Take that back. So a lot of that's cut off there. So without looking at, in fact, let's go this way. Let's go so far to go this way. We have Nope, that's not a good one either. Give me a second. So we got this Texas overhead. Yeah, it doesn't show it in here. It's barely just right here. But even from what we can see on here, they don't have that painted that way anymore, it doesn't seem like. As far as the seats and the patterns here. So there's that club that's right here. It's just kind of barely cut off. It doesn't seem to have that pattern in those seats anymore, unfortunately. And this is based on the 2018. So this is more recent. Yeah. Yeah, so I guess they've since gotten rid of that, which is a shame, but at least we have that 2015 build, I guess, to kind of hold that as a time capsule of sorts, I guess, as far as the way tracks were depicted back then. But yeah, for the most part, from what I'm witnessing here, this model for that, it's only going to need minor adjustments, maybe just to the ends here. Maybe. And that's just a shadow. You know, it just needs to be adjusted there just a tad. But as far as where the bends are, might have to tuck this in a little bit. It's maybe a little bit too wide. Very minor in my opinion. Let's bring in these towers. We do have the towers. It's all in separate pieces. So let's check that out. Let's go import. Suites. No, that's the side. We need the towers. That's right. These are all the raw 3ds images, so they will be, yep, so there's the towers. These look like they are centered. No, they're not. So they are not centered as of yet. Let's go ahead and do this just for clarity. So do effect, pivot, center. There we go. And move these into position. So you can see how much accuracy James had applied to this, I guess, back in 2015. Some of these are a little bit off, obviously. And again, without taking the initiative, I guess, to go into the 2015 build, which I could do, and get those coordinates directly for these objects, we could definitely get a truer picture, I guess, as far as like, but I'm seeing a lot of these off. So we don't have a lot of this information over here as far as that cutoff on the ground plane. But as far as all these other ones here, might need some adjustment in that. Possibly. And again, just factoring in, you know, the potential skewing that we have in the image itself. Some of this is kind of very noticeably off. So we got this one, this tower's right there, for example. I'm kind of curious to go into, yeah, I talked myself into it. Let's go to, I'm already got, we're in here, we're in the Texas 20 build. Let's go back to, we're going back in the Wayback Machine and go to the SPP Texas 2015 build. And let's fire that bad boy up so we can get the coordinates off of that. So, still got my 3D SimEd PTF in here for getting the DAE to create the track template and all that stuff. So we're going to open this one up. They're so cringe-worthy, delete that immediately. No, see, this is how much we've come to know now than what we did before. I mean, there's a lot more information that's available now than we had back in 2015. We're talking the better part of 5 years now. That's a long time. Alright, so what I want to do is go into Object View. This is the 2015 build. So, yeah, you can see the way these grandstands, this is the same things that I'm loading up in 3ds Max. So this is the grandstand, all scratch built, from the towers to the suites to the actual seating, and then from what James is talking about as far as that pattern for that waving flag that's over here by the Texas Speedway Club. I'll turn off. Let's do this. Let's do adjust state switch. We'll go to weekend 0, and you can see that pattern that's painted onto that. And again, this is based on 2015, so this is no longer there, unfortunately. As of the end of 2018, the stands will still look like that. Check more recent photos. Well, that image that we've got, as far as based on the ground plane, that is 2018, right? So it doesn't show this in there. But yeah, these are the custom build, scratch built stands. Actually feels like you can sit up on here and actually watch the race under the press box here. Okay, let's get some coordinates off of this. Let's see what we got here. So if we go into object view, and we're gonna select the towers, we should have those. Those should be in here separate, I think. I think it is. I gotta check this here. So if we go, let's see here. Okay, just checking that out here. So is this separate? That's the one I wanted to know. So this is, there's the main, there's the club. Yeah, I think we did collapse that into one piece, now that I think of it. That might be why those other pieces weren't zeroed. Because eventually that whole thing got made into one piece. Going back down to scripting of it, anyway. Okay, so what was the coordinates of that overall piece? That's what we want to know. There's the coordinates right there. So minus 20, 180, and 2. So I don't know if that's going to 100% line up, but I'll use it as a guide at least anyway. Minus 20 on the X. Alright. Nope, that's definitely not going to... Actually, maybe. Let's do minus 20. Nope, definitely is not. So minus 20 on that, and then what is it on? So 180 on the Y. Now keep in mind this is in meters down here. It's not X and Y, I guess, as far as, but it should be, in theory, I guess, as far as pretty close to what coordinates you would put in Sandbox. So that was a even 180 on this one. So that would be that way. So depending on the orientation that we had for the ground plane when that was initially put down there, that might have been correct. But as far as what we're working with right now, it's not. So that's pretty evident. So we would have to line up this object based on our ground plane that we have here currently. Your pictures from 2018 show it that way? Well, unless they repaint those or whatever, I guess as far as from season to season, I don't know. But from this image here, I'm not seeing it. Yeah, as far as when I went back to this one here, yeah, it's not, it's definitely, you can see it's not there. And if it's there, it's heavily shaded. I should be able to see some of it in this, but this is where the club's at right there. It's kind of cut off there, but yeah, this entire section here is the club, and it doesn't show that. How'd that get turned on? Anyway, it doesn't show it there. So if it was there in 18, I guess that's, I don't know why that image, I guess as far as based on the Google Earth, would be not show it, because it was based on 18. This is what my understanding was. Having in 2019. No, did they completely remove it or just not paint it anymore? I don't even know. I haven't looked at all the latest pictures from that. That just goes to show you how much I've been paying attention, I guess, for what's going on in the NASCAR tracks. I know they change them, seems like every year anymore, so it's just like it's hard to keep up with what they're doing with stuff. I know on a lot of the tracks, to include MAS in my home state here, they definitely have removed a lot of stands to accommodate, I guess, campers, you know, kind of RVs and things like that. At least that's what they tell everyone. Okay, so what we would need to do is line these up this way. So I might just line these up just kind of ever so much, and then we can always adjust these things as we progress here. So we'll probably need to adjust these somewhere down the road. Now just the flat Texas banners. That's a shame. So they got rid of the Texas Club too, or just the stands? Is the Texas Club itself, or they just removed the seating in the front of it? That was 2019, I guess I just said. We need to unhide this. Okay. And what happened to suites? We got those lowered down, I believe. Yep. So we got to lift those back up. Hello? There we go. Okay, so we're just going to get these roughly put into position at least anyway. Let's bring back our LiDAR information for the stands, which is this one. Boom. So now we can line up our suites to that as far as the height data goes. And see where we're at. So there's that. We've got a little bit off over here, it looks like, as far as the curvature of it. Not too bad though. Not too shabby. Yeah, so probably just a little bit off here in the curvature of it. Not incredibly bad. Yeah, so what we would probably need to do, let's remove, yeah, because of the fact we got these in separate pieces here, it's going to take a little bit to do, I think. But I think we are using, I got to look back here, did we use the same texture for the entire thing? Check that out. So let's see here. I'm just kind of curious. So we got the club. Here's the FSGS main, and we got. Let's open this up in Notepad and let's see what kind of MIPS we got applied to it. Let's search for some MIPS in here. This is a little bit of review too. So we got F Suite, the environment map, F Suite mask, FSGSE, that's going to be for the seating. This is why we split that up. There's, from what I can recall, as far as to get those different pieces there. So the way it's scripted, different sections of the overall model is going to switch depending on what session it's in, for example. That's why we have that. So we got the empty and full seats, and that's it. So basically just 4 textures to include the environment map, which adds the gloss to the windows. So if we open up this model in its entirety in 3D Sim, we can kind of see. We can see it in Sandbox there for sure, but we can see the overall model. Now, the black that's showing on these pillars is obviously going to be transparent. So the fact that it's shown in this fashion here, that's constantly. Now, if we open up the texture, I'm just kind of curious as we're looking at these things. Let's see what we got here. Oh, that's that one I need to skip. Let's skip right over that. Thank you very much. So we're using this F Suite in the mask. So So let's open this up with our trusty dusty WinMap 2. I gotta repoint to that, so we gotta go to the tracks and Texas 2015. Right there. So where's our F suite? Probably staring right at it. There it is. And it. So we can open up the texture just to kind of get it. So it does have the transparency in there. So it was showing up black in 3D SimEd, but that's got the transparency for the pillars. So you can see the separation of the suites. Above the stands, you got the pillars, and then you got the seating area. Now this would be the empty, as far as part of that. But there are the two separate textures for the empty and the full, from what we've seen. So here's the empty. This is a beefy boy too. I didn't realize that was big, and that shows that pattern over by the Speedway Club. It's been applied to those seats. This is I forgot how beefy this image was actually for that. So that's actually for the empty stands there. And then of course we got the same image duplicated, I guess, for people in the stands. So if we do an open, and here's the full one. That's basically just a copy of it, only with people in the stands. I forgot how beefy this image was. Is that a 1.33 image? 6.83 or 683 kilobytes. That's actually not bad. So when we compare that to the seating, that's 1.33. Yeah, it's definitely a beefy one. Could probably been scaled down, but it's not bad. It's a pretty big structure. So the fact that we use a larger image, I guess, for such a large structure is not necessarily a terrible thing, but definitely probably has room, I guess, to be able to scale it down without losing any detail. That wasn't our thing back then, that's for sure. Especially James is there. And he says bigger. Hey, how we doing there, Courtney? Welcome on in. Bigger is not always better there, James. I think we've proved that more times than one. Anyway, this is kind of interesting, I guess, to kind of go back from, a good 5 years as far as back to 2015 and compare what we have now in comparison to what we had then. Just chilling. Nice. Appreciate you just dropping on by, I guess, as far as like that. We're just kind of chillaxing and going, checking notes, I guess, between information that we have now for our Texas Motor Speedway track build in comparison to the one that we did back in 2015. And we're seeing some little bit of discrepancies, but we're not too far off. Definitely from what we knew then to what we know now, we can definitely apply that and make those appropriate adjustments is all. Per the Q. I heard James's feelings as far as bigger images. Now we've seen it's always a good thing if you have the ability to apply texture to your model, I guess, in a much bigger, and then always leave room, I guess, to be able to scale it down once the model is completed. Probably didn't necessarily take that approach, I guess, with this grandstand creation, I guess, back in 15. So, but even with that, as far as big as it is, the fact that it is only as big as it is, as I just shown there, it's not entirely terrible. So it just leaves room, I guess, for someone that is struggling, I guess, to be able to run the track because of such a large image applied to that. It could probably scale it down, and that would help a little bit. But it's only one of maybe several other objects that have been optimized, I guess, besides that. So I think a big part of the reason why James went so big on that, probably in his defense, is because of that image that we got for the Speedway Club, as far as that painted waving whatever they got in that seating section. You want to take advantage of that. You want to be able to show that off and not have to spank it down so low that you kind of lose some quality out of it. I think that's probably a fair assessment there. Yeah, so all these pieces here to this original grandstand construction, this is just a very rude and cruel representation, I guess, of what, I don't have it all perfectly lined up, but it's definitely showing where we can make some improvements based on this new information with the LiDAR anyway. So we can make those necessary adjustments, I guess, at this point, as much as I've already done with the big hoss and so on. Priority kill. I think what I am going to do, now that I've got all this information here, I'm going to go ahead and save this scene, and then we can use this as our basis for moving forward with the track build, to include creating the image that we need for our track template. Yeah, that's where I was going. So what you'd want to do is lay out the track, and we already gone all of that process there. You want to lay out the track in a flat orientation based on that ground plane, add 0 and all that good stuff. Be able to open that up in 3D SimEd, spit out a DAE, bring that DAE into 3ds Max, and then from there you can chunk out, I guess, as far as to be able to conform that flat layout representation of the track from Sandbox into DAE and conform it to the LiDAR, which is the green information that we have in this scene. So I don't want to forget to save this. So let's do that. Save as, and I'm going to save this as a new scene here. So I'm going to do this as LiDAR 2 for Max 14. And I've been getting into the habit, as I've mentioned before, to put the version. At this point, I got 3 different versions of Max. I've got 2018 that I've been playing around with, and Max 5 that I use for the pass export of the 3D model, to get it into the pass export to be able to spit out the 3DO, and of course 2014, which I tend to use more religiously than I do any of the other two. But I find it easier, I guess, to be able to label, I guess, as far as what version that the scene belongs to, because by default the icon that when I double click on it, for example, wants to open it with Max 5. So if I put that tag onto it at this point, just kind of show what's going on here. So by labeling it as such, if I double click on this and realize it's got Max 14, I don't want it to open with Max 5. So that just means I know I got to fire up Max 14 first before I can open that. So that's another good reason. So if you are running different versions, I guess, of Max to be able to do the things that you need to do, that's a good habit, I guess, to get into, I guess, as far as to label it as far as which version of Max that you save the scene for. So if it is the one that, like for me, that you use religiously, label it as such. Okay. Now, I know, Torch, I had mentioned to you that I was going to leave it up to you, I guess, to create that track geometry, I guess, as far as the flat and all that stuff. I'm kind of running out of things that I want to go over. I don't want to focus too much right now onto creating objects for the track until the track integrity has been established, right? So until we get that actual geometry of the track established to where it's suitable and it's sound and it doesn't need any further adjustments, there's no reason to get into a lot of the object creation as far as the trackside objects, because then that would potentially lead into having to adjust those even further if the track is out of whack. So once we get that and we're satisfied with the outcome, I guess, of the track geometry as far as the layout of it in Sandbox, do we want to progress, I guess, as far as getting it. But at least we got the groundwork, at least anyway, for creating some of the major structures for the track anyway. So hopefully that's a fair assessment there. Okay. I haven't seen anybody use that new drink command. I put it out for you. I'm serving drinks and you all are... I'm trying to be a good host here. What will you take? There you go. See? See, it does work. So if you want to drink, go ahead. It's on the house. I'm gonna take a short little bio break. I'm gonna come right back, so don't go nowhere. I'll keep you right up in here, so hold on tight. Alright then, have we all been behaving in here? I guess so. Appreciate you all holding down the fort. Gotta step away for just a moment. Okay. Appreciate everybody's lurking out there too. Hope they are enjoying, I guess, the Spline Design Studios Saturday. What I am going to get into is, let me turn that down just a tad. I think those audios might be a little loud. Alright. So yeah, as I was saying there, Torch, I know I had mentioned, as far as going to wait on you, I'm going to go ahead through that process as far as just to kind of show that. And I know it's probably been shown before, but it's a really good practice, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it, as far as to show what you need to do, I guess, as far as to get your track laid out, get the DAE of that, get it into 3ds Max, and then go from there to conform that flat orientation of the track layout, I guess, into there and so on. So what I can do, I've got this version here. This is from last week when I was showing that process there. This was to get the ground plane or the background image and all that good stuff acquired. So that's why I got it in here. I'm gonna go to geometry. So I still got the straight here right in the center, center orientation of our. So just to kind of reconfirm, you know, our background image is set, and we compared that to, say for example, the ground plane. So we do have that going for us in here too. So if we go, in fact, that should be in here. Is it not? Let me see here. And I think in this PTF I do not have it in here, but I could always get that put in here just to show how close we are with this background image with that 3DO version, I guess, of our ground plane. It won't hurt your feelings. Yeah, probably. I wouldn't doubt it. It can get pretty tedious, as understandable. But let's go through the process here anyway. Just to kind of give some folks, I know a lot of this is going to be review, and there's more than likely going to be some redundancy. But you might find yourself doing this in more than one case. It's not usually just a bam, bam, you're done. You might come to the conclusion, just like we did at the start of the stream there, that your LiDAR was slightly off, as far as scaling and getting it lined up with your ground plane. That is scale, based on the measurements from Google Earth. So just to summarize, so as you work into laying the track out, you'll come to find out as you bring it back and forth from max and so on, I guess, to get the template, the conformity to the LiDAR and stuff like that, you're going to find things might be off, and it might require you guys to have to do it over again because of it being off. If you want to keep the accuracy, I guess, into it, that's what you would need to do. So 80 PTFs and toss them all out. Yep, that's part of the process there. That's definitely part of the process. I definitely think I can speak for James as well, I guess, as far as like it's not uncommon, I guess, for that to happen. Sometimes it's just like, when you're sketching out, I guess, a brand new scratch thing that has never been building something from nothing. As you sketch things out, you crumble the paper up, throw it out. Crumble the paper up, throw it out. That's the same thing with PTF creation. It's just like you lay it out and be like, nope, that's junk. That's the same process. Now, granted, we do have something in reality, I guess, to be able to go by, but it's getting that image from reality, I guess, to be in its proper conformity. When it's not, when you find discrepancies in there, that creates that crumbling the paper up, throw it out. So, okay. What I'll do here, and this is my PTF based on last week, which I didn't. I can bring in the more current ground plane image that we have, the 3DO for that, and see just how much we line up here. Now you can see the cutouts. Actually, I think I do got it in here. It is in here. Let me go to object. Yeah, it is in here. My bad. Okay, so what I want to confirm, do I have the background image in here? I do not. So it's turned off, but I do have the coordinates in here. Right, so I can go ahead and turn it on, like so, and make sure this is turned. Yep, that's turned on. Okay, hold on. I gotta make sure what I got here. That should be lined up there from what I remember. Just gotta remember what I had in here. Why is it not letting me select? Is it not in here? Yeah, ground plane new. There it is. Okay, so we do have our background image. This is the 3DO version, I guess, of that ground plane. Now, what we should have noticed is these cutouts that we made in here. Those should have the corner of the background image applied into it, and I don't see that. Okay. Oh, I know what's going on. And I think this is what I didn't do. I need to put, for the background image, I need to put the one that doesn't have the cutout. That's why. Okay. Let me reopen this. So don't save that. I think I've got the two in here. Let me double check this. Let's go back. Yeah, because we got the two separate images there for the ground plane. One with the cutout in there for the model, and then one for the background image. Right now I'm using both. I'm using the same image on both the background image and the model, which we don't want to do. That's not going to give us clarity that we're lined up properly. So let's go here. We'll fix this. So right now, all I've got in here is this one here. So I do need, which I should have it. I guess that's the question. I think I might have that in the backups here. Hold on. We'll get her squared away. Yeah, this one here I need. So Copy that over to here. I did back these things up. That's always a good idea to back things up so you're not creating more work for yourself, I guess, as far as like, because some of these things you might still need. So this was based on information that Torch had sent me. I still have that PTF from his. I'm going by mine because obviously this one's going to be wrong at this point. Okay, so let's reopen up on this background image. We're going to use 2. Why is that not? Hello? What am I in here? Oh, I gotta be in geometry view in order to do that. Yep. That's why. So go background image. And why is it not? Alright, what did I do wrong? Let's reclose this. That background image should be right in here. We're pointed to that track. We'll reload it. You know, sandbox can be buggy that way, so that might be what's going on. Okay, so zoom out of that. Like so. Oop, I gotta wait for my monitor to catch up here. Second. There we go. Alright, let's make sure we're in geometry view. And just background image. Yeah, so you know, we're on, this is the one we want as far as the background 2. That doesn't have the cutout between this building and that building, for example. So now if we bring in our object, let's go to object view. Yeah, I don't have it in here. Yeah, it is in here. So that is there. So now if I turn off, so I can make some comparison here. So if I go between background image and turn this off, we'll be able to see how that lines up here. So as I turn this off here, we'll see that cutout. So if I go to none, I'm doing okay. See how we got that cut off there? So that's one way to check it. Also another way you can check it, just back on 2. Okay, so that's confirming there. So that's one way, like I said. And the other way, go to geometry view and draw a world underneath, so we can see how much lack of flex that's in the model. Whoopsie. What does it do? Oh, I turned off the background image. Good grief. Anyway, so yeah, you can see how much little flex there is in that. That's what we're looking for, so you can see how that lines up. So that has the cutout into the ground plane model, so we can see how well that lines up in both this spot and this spot at least. So that's just ticking back and forth between. Now that's with it on, as far as the model, the 3D ground plane, and that's with it off. That's just the background image. So what I want to go by is the background image, not necessarily the ground plane. But we can switch back and forth throughout the process of our build to ensure that everything is definitely lining up where we need it to be. And that's with all that being lined up anyway. So let's start it off here. So what we need to do first to be able to manipulate this straight, now that we've got all this situated, we need to unlock all geometry. And we'll zoom in on this piece. And we want to make sure we're going in the right direction here. Okay, so what we can do is slide this up like so. So this is going to be our lead segment, for example. So our start finish line is right there. Now, which direction is our arrows going? So as we append or prepend is going to determine which direction our track. So if we prepend, it should be on the tail, and if we append, it should be on the this is the head, and that would be the tail, for example. This is the direction we want to go. So as we append, we want it to go this way, and prepend go this way. So if it doesn't do that, then we need to flip. We need to turn that segment around. So let's get this initially set up like this. Now, I'm not changing the width of this is the general width that you'll start off with on a straight. I'm just going to leave it that width for now. There's no sense in having to change that at this point. If anything, I can adjust this so that the X section kind of straddles between the outside wall and the apron, like so. Now, let's go ahead and do a upend. And that's going the wrong way. So we want our track to be counterclockwise. So as the fact that it's doing it this way, we need to turn the whole thing. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete this, and I'm gonna flip it this way. So that's gonna determine. That's very important, obviously, determining as far as what direction you want your track to go. So if it is counterclockwise like this one is, if we append and it puts it on the wrong side, we want to make sure that we put it in the right direction. Otherwise, the arrow that will populate as you append, it's going to be going the wrong way. Okay, so, and that's all review. I understand, but it just so let's do a curve. So now we can see the arrow as we append it on here as far as what direction the track will be going, which happens to be in this direction. Might have got ahead of myself there. Let's go ahead and delete. I don't like how that one turned out. Let's realign this here a little bit. I don't know if I want to go right into a curve or straight. Now, as you lay these things down here, and I've mentioned this plenty of times before as well, you want to keep your segments, if you can help it, longer than, at least no shorter than 6 meters. So if it does help you, I guess, to take your linear guide to ensure that, if you are going to make a short segment there, if it's, as long as it's 6 meters or more, then you're probably okay. Because as we've come to find, and have proven many times before, you don't want to use a segment any shorter than 6 meters, if you can help it. And that's just through, proper scoring of vehicles, as far as the way the flags drop for cautions and checkered flags and so on and so forth. All that basically does affect those types of things. So keep that in consideration when you're doing this part. Take the time to lay it down and understand, I guess, as far as how that's going to affect overall functionality of the track. Okay, so we're going to reappend. We're going to go right into a curve. Yeah, I think this will work. And we can always adjust once we get these laid out here. These X sections or whatever we'll be able to shift them either in or out, in that direction. So if you can get this close here, you don't have to worry so much, I guess, as far as getting that to line up perfectly, for example. I mean, you can make it a little bit shorter, and again, keeping in within that constraint of the 6 meters. That's definitely more than 6 meters. You can do that as well. But as you do these radiuses, you can get a lot of information if you put your cursor over here as far as like what your radius is going to be. As far as down on the bottom right hand corner, it'll give you somewhat of an idea of the radius of it. It's kind of unuseful information, so if you're trying to line up with what they say, what NASCAR says as far as the radius of a corner, it's going to be impossible to try to mimic that, because the way NASCAR, for example, indicates as far as the radius of a turn or whatever like that is not the same as what you would probably get here in Sandbox. So this is something I know I've discussed with Torch, and it's better just to go ahead and lay your track out from what you see in your ground plane. As long as you're doing that, that's all that should matter. That's going to create more of the accuracy, I guess, as far as next to just trying to get it to the same radius that NASCAR says it should be, as far as any turn or the front stretch or whatever. It's going to be next to impossible to try to mimic that. Alright, let's do another curve. So hopefully you can get the indication as far as what's the difference between a curve and a straight is. The curve will let you manipulate the radius of either the head or the tail. In this case, this would be the tail. And again, this is in consideration of the direction of your track. So this would be your head, and that's the tail. So from one beginning of one segment to the next is going to be your head, tail. This now becomes the head, tail, and so on and so forth. This is going to come in handy, I guess, as far as once you start copy forward, you know, or using the properties menu, as far as laying down textures and stuff like that later on. Okay, so I think I want to go into a straight. See where we're at here. That's not too bad. So we're keeping true, I guess, to the shape of the track here. And again, we'll have the ability to be able to adjust this. Don't worry about doing that right now. As far as to adjust the X sections or whatever, just keep that conformity as it is, as it starts out when you initially append it. There's no sense in adjust it right now. Once you get it all done, you'll be able to adjust that afterwards. Let's see, we could probably go... I can probably change that angle, I guess, a little bit, because it's tended to just trek off here a little bit, I guess, as far as off that wall. And I know we have that room to be able to stretch that out if we need to, but I want to make sure we're staying on a pretty good track. So I'm going to go ahead and delete this and just kind of adjust this just a tad, like so. Not too much, but so go back into a straight. Let's go right up to this, and you can see we're on a better track now. We can use this X section here without adjusting it, as far as to see how parallel we're staying to that wall, for example. I think my playlist ended again. It's going by fast. Okay. There we go. Okay. Moving right along. So we want to go into probably a curve here, because we're going to get a little bit of a curve here. So let's try a curve. And we can adjust that, like so. And also, again, we're not worried about, again, it's another reason why, just focus mostly on the racing surface itself. Don't worry about the apron. We'll be able to adjust these different X sections here as we move forward. As far as, most of these are going to have to get moved towards the infield anyway, as far as like towards the inside retaining wall, for example. Don't worry about doing that right now at this stage. Not important right now. Okay, let's do another curve. Now we're definitely getting into some curves here. It's going to be pretty obvious here. We want to stick with a curve. Now, some of the imagery that we've got here for this dark patch that's in here, as far as you might be tempted to want to line up the center line or whatever to that, again, I wouldn't worry about that. That's not important. Just look at the overall conformity of your segment here with what you've got here to start with, and just see where it is in comparison to the outside wall, to comparison to the apron and so on, to kind of, you know, keep things on the straight and narrow at this point. Okay. And again, you're only building this, I guess, initially to create that flat geometry for your track, to be able to apply that template, I guess, to 3ds Max. So that's another reason why you don't want to get crazy with adding all the F sections and such to create the dash, you know, the painted lines and all that stuff. All that is not important at this point. That'll come later on, much later on. Take the time to do. Just take your time on it to correct any imperfections that may arise as you lay this out. And as you can probably guess, if you do not adjust too much, I guess, as far as the way the track is, it'll keep each one as you append, it'll keep them relatively the same size, you know, as far as the length of it. So you can see it doesn't change much here because I haven't adjusted it as I go. So if you can keep it that way, as far as to keep some consistency in that, that's definitely going to help minimize as far as the length of your segments, you know, being too short, for example. Okay, let's do another curve. We're staying pretty true, I guess, to the corner here so far. And again, I'm not too worried if it doesn't 100% line up with the wall. We can always stretch that out once we get it completely laid out. What I'm really concerned about is just the radius, and see, you know, it's staying relatively parallel to the wall and such like that. That's all I'm really worried about. And then also how this is projecting, I guess, as I append here. We don't want it to get too far off, you know, like into the infield, or, you know, closer to the outside wall as we do this. Alright, so we'll do another curve. Straighten that out a little bit. And we're setting this up to be able to put a straight in here now. So that'll be the exit of that turn. Now we can go into straight. And see how this is projecting more towards the infield? We want to correct that. So the only way we can do that is to go back to this segment here. We cannot adjust this here. It only let us go this way, because that's a straight. So we'll delete that and change this trajectory, like so, and keep doing that until we can get the projection of the straight to be straight, for lack of a better way to put it. So something like that. This is not too bad. So if we project this out, whoops, my bad. I got a little carried away in the delete. Okay. Pen straight. Yeah, this is looking pretty good. So we can project this out. We could probably get away with going all the way down. Now, if you want to take into consideration for this at this point, as far as any openings that might be in the wall here, you could probably do that. Especially even if there is an opening here. Really, at this point, it's not that important, because we're only trying to make that track template, right? So that should be the main focus right now. If you've got openings in the wall and things like that, you can always probably split. And especially if you're keeping these segments relatively, you know, longer in length, you'll have that room to be able to split later on. That'll be, you know, the next step that you can take into consideration once your track is all configured. And all that stuff. Yeah, so slow goes it, I guess, as far as that. So I'm gonna stop here and then start with a curve just ahead of this opening. That'll leave room for me to potentially split that later on if I need to. It's not necessarily a bad thing if you need to split down the road. You just want to keep it to a minimum, and also keeping into that that idea as far as, like, as long as your segments aren't less than 6 meters, then you're okay. Can't stress that enough. Why did it go that way? What the heck? That was weird. Why in the world did you go that way? Excuse me? Why in the world did it do that? Wow, that was crazy. I don't know if I slipped on the mouse or what the heck. Alright, let's go ahead and delete. How did you do that? That's weird. Holy crap, I can't even get rid of that. That's interesting. This is new. Okay, looks like I can delete that there. I have no idea how that happened. Alright, as long as we can delete it. Alright, let's try that again. I have no clue how that happened. That's a new one. The only thing I can think of is I must have slipped on the mouse. Let's try that again, shall we? Upend, curve. Why is it going that way? That is freaking weird. I never had that happen before. I've never had to do that before. That is freaking strange. Hello? Okay, so that's that one. Let's delete that. Look at that. What the heck is going on with that? That is definitely a new one to me. What in the heck? I've never had to do that. Okay. Okay, well let me make sure the direction of the track is going in the right direction. Yeah, so there's our arrow. Why in the hell is it doing that? Chavez coming in 7 months. So what I might have to do is probably do a pre-pin if it ends up doing that. I got another emote. Thank you for the emote, Chavez. Welcome on in. I think a lot of us we all got emotes. Check it out. Oh, so we're getting a collection of holiday emotes here. So James, you got that one I got there earlier. As far as that snacking one, that's funny. That's hilarious. How we doing there, Chavez? I hope you're doing well. It's been a minute or two. Yeah, here they are. I got a bunch of them here. Look at this. Here they all are. Spam them all if you got them. I got the first wave of those too. Here's all of them. Here's all of them right there. Boom. Spam them all. So that's part of the first wave, and then now Twitch has started the second wave. So there you go. So yeah, if you were a lucky recipient, I guess, of the holiday emotes, I guess via Chavez's Prime subscription to the channel, 7 months. Appreciate that 7 months there, Chavez. No video or audio? Aw, no. Hopefully you can get that corrected. That's a bummer. I'm assuming you're probably on no video or audio, so you got no audio. Gotta let them know. I'm just letting him know because he's got no, but I'm assuming he can still get the chat. That's a bummer. Hopefully he can get that figured out though. Ah, where'd my emotes go? Oh, there we go. Thought I lost my emotes. I was getting worried. There we go. Man, that's a bummer. We almost need to. He's got no video or audio. That's a shame. Anyway, so getting back into this, yeah. If you ever run into that type of problem there, chances are you may have to attempt to do a pre-pinned. Granted, I've never had that happen to me. Even when I initially laid that out previously before, that definitely didn't happen. So I'm going to try doing a pre-pin, and by a pre-pin I'll just go the opposite direction from where you started. So let's try it this way. So we'll do a pre-pin, let's do another straight, get up to here where it starts to curve, and do another pre-pin curve. So this is one way around that issue. So we can do a straight, pre-pin, straight. I'm watching our projection here, so yeah, we're kind of going more towards the infield. Want to change that. Let's delete that. We're trying to change this radius here a little bit. One more this way. Pre-pin straight. That's a little better. Okay, and then we can go into curve. Pre-pin. Now obviously you're not going to be able to up-pin because you already got a segment going this way. That's why it's grayed out. Okay, so now we're going to go into curve. Don't really like how that's turning out. Let's change this a little bit. Let's go back again. Okay, we'll do another pre-pin curve. Usually with these curves though too, you see how it shifts that way, I guess, as far as that goes. I generally recommend, especially for tracks like this, if you can keep it going towards the infield like this, that's probably better. But if you can't, then probably just go back to doing a straight before going to a curve. That's just giving you an indication that it's going to change the dynamics, I guess, of it being an actual curve. So in this case here, I'm going to go with a straight instead of a curve. I think I did have a straight there anyway, so I don't like this projection here still yet, so I'm going to change it just a little bit more. Pre-pen straight. That's a little bit better. Now we'll go into curve. Yeah, this should turn out better. That's better. Yeah, so again, for road courses, it's going to be a different beast, I guess, when it comes to if it shifts that direction, then basically you're removing the properties of it being a curve. But that's not to say, now that's only considering, I guess, this type of configuration being counterclockwise. If you can avoid doing this, if you're not going to physically go like in this direction, like in a road course, then don't do that. Try to keep it going all towards the infield if you can. That's just a method as far as keeping some conformity to it. So if you would be starting to go in this direction, then that'd be okay. You know, as far as like if it was to curve off like on our Roval or something like that, that'd be a different scenario. But this one's not doing that, so you want to keep these going towards the infield, if at all possible. Okay. So stick with the curve, pre-pen. So this is all in an effort, I guess, to avoid that issue that we ran into, I guess, as far as it whipping the curve, I guess, going the way it was. That's definitely a new one to me. I've never really had that happen before, other than doing a road course, which I don't necessarily like doing in the first place there. But I have dabbled with them a little bit anyway. Not that I haven't attempted them. They're not fun to do, though. Definitely not fun to do. Okay. So, we should... I'll do one more curve. And we'll shorten this up like so. And I want to get this projection here so we can do a straight. Now we're going to do a pre-pen straight. Nope. Just going towards the infield. So I'll delete that. Change it this way a little bit. Pre-pen straight. Nope. Did the wrong one. Pre-pen straight. There we go. So what we're trying to go for, that's pretty decent. It's kind of going more towards the infield. So let's adjust it here a little bit more. And keeping in mind, we still have that adjustment that we can make to the X sections, I guess, as far as to make it, yeah, so I'm not worried too much, I guess, as far as what we want to do is get this projection for the straight to go, you know, not go too far towards the outfield or the infield. Pre-pen straight. This is looking better. So let's stretch this out. So this eliminates that problem that we just ran into as far as the curve going the wrong way. So see how we don't line up here? So now we're going to need to get this lined up here so we can lock these in. That's obviously a little too far off. Okay, so we got to point this down a little bit. Okay, do a pre-pen straight. Ooh, that's pretty close right there. Yeah, see, once you get that little connection right there, it'll line that up there once we go to attach. In this case, it's going to be at tail if we're in here. It'll be at tail in both cases, I guess. So if we can do attach. Oh, I take that back. So again, considering the direction of your track, this is going to be the head on this one, and that's the tail on this one. So it'll depending on which segment that you've got selected is going to determine which way do you want to attach. So we're on this one here, so we want to attach it head. I want to get this close enough here. Boom. So now that's attached. So that should be a closed circuit now. Now from here, if you want to take the initiative, I guess, to kind of adjust your X sections, you can do that. So if you want to include the apron in there and so on, you have the freedom to be able to do that. But I think we got this pretty good. I think the only place that I really want to adjust is right in here. Because what we're also going to need to consider at this point is to add in at least 2 F sections, and that's to add a texture to this surface, so we have something applied to it. So once we spit, we can open that up in 3D Sim to make our DAE. We'll have at least some type of texture applied to it. But I think we're pretty good. So in this case here, what I've done is to disclude a majority of the apron, which is this lower portion here. So we got the inside retaining wall to the apron. It's mostly only considering just the racing surface, right? So we can make some mild adjustments here to the X section, just to kind of conform this a little bit better. This is what I was talking about earlier. Once you get it all closed in, you can adjust the X section as you see fit. I can already imagine you might consider it gets as far as to make a split here. This probably wouldn't be too bad to make a split. Keep in mind though, if you wanted to split this, I guess it kind of change this arc here for what you got here. You're gonna probably want to consider an opening in the pit wall. So again, you're gonna run into that territory of having too many short segments, I guess, within that area if you do want to do that. The approach that I would probably want to take here to get this conformity of this infield pieces to make an object out of it, based on the DAE of the track model itself, instead of trying to conform geometry to that shape of your grass and make it out of an F section. You have the ability of being able to make it an object. So don't try to split the heck out of all these different areas here to include all that stuff. You can definitely make an object out of this if you needed to, just as easily. So I'm not going to worry about that too much right there. So let's kind of go all the way around here. I think this is pretty good. I like the fact that I did not include the apron as much. Can probably tuck this in a little bit. It's not too bad. Alright, I'm satisfied with that. Now what I can do, just as far as to get this this step saved up here, I'm going to go ahead and rebuild track. And in most cases, to do that, you'd want to get into one of these segments of the track, and this is even without any texture applied to it. Now that's all closed up here. You'll want to get into a section here. Got to zoom in here properly. It might cause you to have to zoom in. You need to get this option here to rebuild track. So do a rebuild track. And I suggest to do that anytime you do any major adjustments to your geometry of your track. So if you're chunking out a segment and reappending or prepending, definitely want to do that rebuild track. What that does is it basically just realigns the direction of your track. The arrows, there's not going to be any gaps or anything like that. It'll close up anything, and you definitely want to do that particularly in this step before you get any F sections and all that stuff in there with all your painted lines and so on. It's much easier, I guess, to do that, because that way you can ensure everything is going to be tied together, and there's not going to be any discrepancies in the overall track geometry spline. That's the main purpose of that anyway. So now from here, now that I got this rebuilt, I'm going to save this as a new PTF, and I'm just going to save this as 3. I'm not worried about the overall track name right now. It's too early in the stage. Once I get it more confined there, I can even go so far as to label this as just track template. That's basically what this is going to be used for. So even if I did want to consider this as a throwaway, so that once I get into splitting it up even further to accommodate openings in the walls, stuff like that, on top of applying the texture even further, that'll be more towards the realm of naming it to what the track folder's name is, for example. Okay, So what I want to do at this point, since we, like I said, we're only considering this part of the build here to be our track template, I'm going to start applying F sections to this. So we can apply just whatever kind of texture. Doesn't matter if it's a track texture, you know, be it asphalt, concrete, or if it's just a simple texture like something that's pink, something that's, you just need to put a texture on it so that when you bring it into the PTF into 3D Sim Ed, it's got some type of image to put to it, is all. Alright, so let's add some F sections here. And my approach to doing this, again, just considering for the this being for the track template, is I'll lay these out and I'll just let these hover just above the X section for now, so that way I can tie in all these together. You can necessarily go ahead and just snap these all in to the point where it's completely locked in like so. Okay. Or in a lot of cases, just to get into good practice, as far as like, I don't like to snap the F section all the way to the X section until at the very, when I'm all done, as far as like when I'm totally satisfied with the overall makeup of the track, you know, as far as getting it into the sim and being able to test it out that way. I always like to keep that little bit of a buffer. I don't usually like to snap it. That way, if I do need to get into that X section, it's readily available for me to click on it, as far as if I want to go into height view. That's just my approach to it. You can take however approach you'd like, but that's usually the way I go. But for this purpose here, this is fine. Alright, so let's keep continuing to add our F sections. Hopefully I'm not too confusing with that. So I'm considering this to be a throwaway PTF. I guess that's probably another fair thing. I probably won't use this any further than just to make our track template. I'll probably go ahead and relay it out a separate time in the effort, I guess, to create our track. You can use this as far as once the track template is created, you could use this definitely as far as to stretch out the X sections and add additional X sections, I guess, to accommodate what banking you need to apply and so on. That's totally possible. But most of the time, the approach I'll take to this is just to be a throwaway. Okay, so do F section. And that's just my approach anyway. My own personal approach. And this is just the one side too. This is obviously, there's no really other quicker way, I guess, to do this, but it definitely helps at this point too if you're not putting in all those additional segments for openings in the wall and stuff at this point here. This is definitely going to make this part of the process here much quicker. Oop. Come on. Now I still got Max open there to the point where I've already saved it as a new scene, so good to go on there. I do have the autosave feature turned off, only because for as many as that it saves, it's usually a defaulted to 3, and the fact that I got a lot of information in that scene, it's probably the better part of probably 200 megabytes probably for that scene. Last I checked anyway, and that was before putting in that information for the grandstand. So definitely need quite a bit of hard drive space to be able to do these types of processes here, that's for sure. Yeah, doing these types of things. If you don't have the hard drive space in there, is not for the faint of heart. Okay, just making sure that's all tied. Now we need to do the other side. So we'll do insert F section, and you'll need to put an F section on both sides here. So you'll need a way to stop the texture. So you're going to apply the texture, and it's going to stop at the other. So it's very important, I guess, to be able to put the two F sections in at this point. Now they look at this, I could probably suck this in a little bit. Just kind of conform that more to the wall. So I can definitely still make adjustments as I do this. Not too bad. Yep, that'll work. Once you get into a rhythm of this thing, it can go pretty smoothly. It does help to have a pretty decent mouse and some hand coordination, I guess, as far as to get a particular rhythm going with it. And it also does help, I guess, as far as if you know the ins and outs, I guess, as far as sandbox, to know what functions do what, I guess, as far as when to right-click into it, as far as where to find it. I've done this enough times to, it's just kind of second nature. I could probably do this in my sleep, which in some cases is pretty scary. Yeah, I got this one long straightaway, I guess, on the backstretch here. And I could probably even tuck that in a little bit. Like so. Not need to do that much, but... Okay. This section. You sleep when? Yeah, I do. Yep. I may not get that much usually in most cases, but definitely do. It's important to do that. Don't get to sleep. Body needs to sleep. They say restless minds never sleep, but I get told that quite a bit, but definitely have to rest. Okay. And there's probably a difference between actually getting rest and getting sleep. So it's probably, you know, a fair thing to mention, I guess, as far as it's probably more rest than it is sleep. Okay, so now that we've got this all acquired, now we have the ability to be able to put a texture on it. Now I know Torch has got several textures to work with here, and I could pretty much apply any one of them. Doesn't really matter. He's got this pink grass, for example. Doesn't really matter what you put onto it, just as long as there's a texture applied to it, so that you can save the PTF and be able to open that up in 3D SimEd and spit out the DAE. So we're just going to choose any one of these as far as to go. Probably going to have to go with this one, probably. That's on an F section. See, this is another reason why I usually don't like to tie the, because what it's selecting is the X section. Another way around that, you know, just so that you're not, if you do have them, the F section's locked into your X section like that, go ahead and save your PTF. At this point, you don't really need to rebuild it because you didn't do anything to the geometry so much. But you can. It's not going to hurt to. So just for the sake of argument there, we'll go ahead and rebuild track. But since we didn't chunk out any segments and, you know, either prepend or append again, there's really no need to do that. Once you do it the one time there, and it's still a closed circuit, You don't really need to do that rebuild track. Okay, so what I'll do here is go ahead. I meant to do that while I was down in here. So I rebuild the track. I also want to lock the geometry. What this will do is it'll remove that ability, I guess, to be able to grab that X section at this point. So now it should only grab the F section. So the only way you can get to the X section is if you unlock the geometry. So by locking it, it'll take away, I guess, the means to be able to do that. So now I should be able to go to F section here and be able to apply a F section. So once you get it this way to where you can select it, now to understand as far as how textures get applied, it goes from the outside inward. So as you put these textures down there, that's why we can't do anything with this one, because there's nowhere for it to go as far as going inward. That's why it's all grayed out. So that's just another short little tidbit, I guess, as far as how that, in applying your texture, it's always going to go from the outside inward, because you're basically going towards the center of the track in that case. And that's going to depend on which direction your track goes. If it's a road course or anything like that, it's going to make a difference as far as that goes. But whatever's necessarily considered your inside radius, you're not going to be able to do anything with that. So your innermost F section, you're not going to be able to do anything with it as far as applying a texture. That's going to be your very end point. Okay, so getting back into here, we can apply just any texture. All these are blue because they're not being used yet. Let's just do this one. And we don't need to worry about the texture size or anything like that, just as long as we're applying something to it. Now, the reason it's not showing, more than likely, because I didn't turn the world back on. Now, what it should do... let me see here. Why is it not... Okay, now you're making a liar out of me. Search types. Yeah, I got it on display textures. Why is it not showing a texture? Alright, what did I miss? That should be showing me a texture. Let's go over here. Yeah, so there's all the white, and that's clipping through there, so it is showing. So it must be just below the ground plane. So this is, we probably need to turn the ground plane off. Either just get rid of it. See how it's clipping through it? So we're not able to see it in the top-down view of the track. So, but it is showing definitely in the camera view. Just like that. So it's all white because it doesn't have a texture on it yet. So once we do get a texture applied to it, like this, then that'll show. So what we're going to need to do, go into Object View, and delete that. There we go. So now we can see our texture. Now I went, as you could probably notice there, I went entirely by that ground plane instead of the background image. But we can see, even without the textures applied to it, how much that lines up with even our background image. Pretty darn good, if you ask me. Yep, cool. So all I did was just delete that ground plane out. We don't need it anymore. Now we can always put it back in if you so decide, and that's all set to 0, so it's not a big deal. So if we want to bring that back in here, I guess just to check things out, I guess later on, we can definitely do that. Okay, let's go back to Geometry View. Grab our F section. Now from here, we can do a copy forward. We can use that feature. So let's do that. I'm going to put this right in the center here so we can see all the way around. So with this one selected here, all I need to do is go... Now, again, this is going to be in determination of what direction your track goes. In this case, if we start on this segment, we're going forward, we're going this way, counterclockwise. So if we go all the way around like this kind of speeds up the process a little bit. Nice little feature there. So now from here, we can definitely go ahead and resave the track. And I'll do this as a new PTF. So we'll do this as 4. In fact, I might even go so far as just to name this track template. Just so I know what's going on with it. And whenever you get this here, as far as the recenter, you always want to say yes. Never want to say no. Just do yes. And basically all that's saying is because of how I did everything, and even though I did do the rebuild, I didn't save it yet. up until just that point. So when you do the rebuild track, if you ever get that dialogue as far as to to reset track, to recenter or whatever it says, always say yes. Never say no, because if you say no, you get very bad results. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Okay, so now we should have that PTF for track template right here. So now we'll be able to open this up in 3D SimEd, and we'll be able to spit out the DAE based on that PTF. So that's what we'll do next. Let's open up our 3D SimEd, and I have the version. I can go in. I've shown this. This is all going to be summary for the most part, for most that divulge in this type of thing. But so it'll be very quickly gone over as far as what's going on with this processor. So there's some preliminary things that you need to do here, and that has to do with the settings for the import options. Okay, so if we go to the import options, these are the options that when I say we, as far as what James and myself have come to the conclusion, also to the information that Dave Noonan, the creator of this 3D Sim program that works with NASCAR Racing 2003 season, we have come to this conclusion that these settings here, and we have this totally available on the Rock Nation YouTube, that shows these settings that you want to have for your PTF import. This will give you the best results as far as the detail that's retained in the track, to not add any particular type of artifacting, things like that. So to give some clarity in the overall model, 3D model that will be created based on the DAE of the PTF import, this is what you want to have. Okay, so I'll just leave that up there for a second, and then we're going to do OK. Now we're going to go ahead and import that PTF. So we want to do import objects and navigate to where we have that particular PTF. So go D here, you're in our tracks, third party, and our Texas 20 TE build, and we've got did not give me an option for PTF. What did I do wrong? Oh, I went into the wrong one. I went import objects, my bad. You want to go to import. Got ahead of myself there. So you want to go to import and import objects. Now this should give you the option to be able to load the PTF. So if we see the PTF, there we go. Oh, which one am I in here? Oh, I'm in the 15 build. We need to go to the proper folder. Always important, go to the proper folder. And we want to go to third party builds and find our Texas track, which is right here. And we should have one in here for track template. Right there. We don't have any objects into it. I already deleted out the ground plane, but you do get the option in here. In most cases, you only need the track geometry, so you can always just say no for this step. So there's just the track geometry that we made in Sandboxer, and that's just flat. Obviously, we're going to need to conform this once we spit it out to the LiDAR. That's the whole process for that. So we're going to go. Now it's a plugin. So you want to go to plug and export, and it'll bring up this dialog. And in most cases, if it's not already to Kaleida, if I'm saying that right, DAE, you want to select that. So out of the options here, you want to make sure. Now I do mostly a lot of DAEs out of 3D SimEd, so it usually just stays on there. But if you don't have that, make sure it's on the Pina Colada DAE. I guess I will just say it that way. And then wherever you want to save that, and if you want to save it, the name of it, we're just going to name it track template is fine. We can always rename that once it spits it out too. So we'll do that, and it's going to give you a couple dialogues here. Most cases you can just leave it at default as far as export all textures and such. Leave it right there, and that's all you need to do. That's done. So now this should have saved this on my desktop as far as in the form of a DAE. Now, this is where the newer versions of 3ds Max will come into play. So if you've got anything like from Max 7 up until anything newer, you can import this DAE to that, so you can use it, I guess, as far as into your scene there. Anything before Max 7 I think is unconfirmed as far as if the DAE import is available, but it can't be confirmed from Max 7 onward, at least anyway. So we're using Max 14 in this case, so we're gonna go ahead and import this model from the desktop, and that's all I got on here is this right here. Boom. And give you another dialog. In most cases you don't need to change any of this. You can just leave it just the way it is and then do an OK. And we'll get a little bit of a warning on this. That's also fine. Now what this will do, if we go into our items list here, we got our track template that's right here. It's going to have a 3D SimEd prefix to it. You can even go ahead and rename this into your scene if you want to. What that's going to happen is it should be right below the track here. It's going to be at 0. And what we'll need to do is raise that up to our ground plane. Now it should already be in compliance, you know, as far as size-wise, to what we already built. So there should be no further adjustment. So if we're finding room need for adjustment there, we'll have to do that where it's appropriate, as far as to shift it, say for example this way. Shouldn't be too far off though, in most cases. Most cases as you build it, it should be right there. Now that might have to do with when it mentioned in Sandbox, as far as to center it prior to when I save that, as far as after you built it and so on. It probably has a lot to do with that, but in most cases it should be not that far off. But it does come into play. You shouldn't have to scale it or anything like that. If anything, you just need to move it into position like that. So we can confirm all the way around this here, just to see where we're at. Now granted, I didn't raise it up, so we'll probably have to move it down to the lowest point of the LiDAR. Okay. So let's just go around here and see what we have. In fact, I'm going to put this on a top-down view. Zoom back into that. And I want to confirm and see what we have top-down. Now, keeping in mind the way I made this constraint, I guess, to this track template, it only included the racing surface. So it's going to be on the one side of it's going to be probably at least up to the outside wall, but not covering the apron, for example. So we want to line this up. Probably what I'll do, just for clarity, is to lower the LiDAR for now. Let's lower that out of the way, and we want to line up our track template to our ground plane. This is going to be the same as what we got in the Sandbox, right? So that's probably another fair mention. So it's just going to matter of lining this right up to what we have in Sandbox. Okay, and again, you can see much the same thing that we were witnessing in Sandbox. We didn't include the apron. We should see the same thing, so we can always go back to our Sandbox and compare to how we got this lined up in here. So if we're seeing the same things as we do in Sandbox as we do in Max, then we know we're going in the right direction. In this case, it does seem to be that case. Now, this is a really good way too to see how many polys that are being created by just the size of segments that I applied there. If you were to apply segments into your track build that are much shorter than what I put in there, you can definitely see they become more compact, you know, and more intense, for lack of a better way to put it. And that's what you want to avoid if it's all possible. I need to skip over that. I forgot how annoying that one was. But yeah, this really gives you some indication of how many polys are added based on the size of those segments that I applied in that fashion. So you can see this is where we tied in, as far as where we attached. This is pretty reasonable, I guess, as far as the number of polys into it. This is not too ridiculously out of control. Okay. Looks like we're a little bit too far over on this side. Yep, so we can probably definitely shift this over a little bit this way. That's probably pretty decent. Now again, the other thing we want to take into consideration is to put this in the conformity of the LiDAR. Okay. So if we bring the LiDAR, say up, we got to find the lowest point of the LiDAR and bring that to a particular clip, if that makes sense. So keeping in mind that our ground plane here is at, actually I do have it up on the Z. I didn't realize I had that up. Okay, we might have to lower this down to 0 just to get that all set properly. So let's set our ground plane here to 0. Okay, now from the lowest point that exists on the LiDAR, we'll need to line that up there. So now we got all this information in here. I'm going to hide this here for now. Go to the LiDAR and find the lowest point that we have on that. I'm going to have to hide all this other stuff too. It's going to get in our way. That's definitely going to help me be able to have that out of the way. Corners have many, yeah, but you saw how long the segments were, right? If you were to go any shorter than that, it's going to create a lot more polys. So the bigger you can make those segments, the less compacted the polys are going to be. You want to keep that to a minimum, if at all possible. Yes, I'm going to hide all this stuff. This is the grandstands. And we got our towers. Okay, now we're just at the ground plane. So what I did was I set the ground plane to 0, straight across. Now what we want to do is line this LiDAR up, find the lowest point of this LiDAR, and line that up to our 0. So our ground plane's at 0. Okay. Now, what I do, I guess as far as to see how much clip we got there, that gives me some indication of where the lowest spot is. Okay. To include like the tunnels, things like that. Now, you could go so far as to include the tunnels as a part of that calculation. I guess as far as where it's loaded, see where it's clipping in right over here? It gives us a pretty good indication of where it's clipping in there. Now that I've done that and determined that, I can use the arrow keys like so. And just kind of fine tune that. Like that. So probably want to be right about there. So now we've got the lowest point of the LiDAR to the 0 of the ground plane. So that gives you somewhat of an idea of where the LiDAR, as far as your template would have to go. Hopefully that makes sense. And that's the same thing we'll probably end up having to do with the big hoss and so on. So right now I've got that set to 0. See how low that is? I'll have to readjust this so that it's at 0. Like so. That's going to be more like that. Now we'll do the same for the grandstands and all that good stuff. What this is going to do, now it's going to give us a means to be able to conform that track template to this LiDAR. Alright, so let's go ahead, bring back in our, wait, where did our template go? Is it still in here? I thought I did hit it. I did hide it, okay. So we gotta unhide it. Took a lot of that stuff out of there just to get out of it. I'm gonna go ahead and rename this. So I'll name this just as, gotta select it first. Let's name this as track template. It's gonna have that 3D SimEd prefix onto it, like I said, as far as once you bring that in from that DAE. Okay, so we'll just name it as track template. Now what we can do is, and it's flat, as we remember. Now we can conform this to, now in most cases probably what we can do is line up the, let's see what we got here. Don't even tell me this is out of whack, I'm going to be super upset. Spent all that time as far as getting that lined up there. Let's see what we got here. Let's raise this up a little. Nope, I think we're good. I think we're good. So our track surface, now this is apron right over in here. So that's what I'm looking at the most right now. How much apron we got there. Now keep in mind these are mostly going to be like light poles and things like that. Okay, so are we shifted? Interesting. I expected that not to have as much cut into that as it's showing. I expected this edge of that track template, I guess, to be more on this side of all those spiky bits there, because as far as it would be like the light poles and the outside retaining wall. That doesn't necessarily create grounds, I guess, to be concerned to have to rescale that template. We don't want to rescale that, because that's based on that flat orientation of our track from Sandbox, so we don't want to change that. Okay, whoops. Go back into max here. But that's kind of interesting to note that we do have this much of a clip and or a cut into. It's actually cutting into that quite a bit there. Shouldn't be though. Yeah, because what we're going to need to do at this point is get it to where one of two things. Either line the inside edge as far as where the apron would be to as close to the LiDAR as possible, and then either adjust the apron down. Alright, so for example, we could go one of two ways. We could line up the outside of the track template to the highest point and then bring the apron down, or we can go from the apron and move the outside edge up. So you can do it either way as far as from this point. Really, either way doesn't matter. It's just the fact that that's two ways that you can conform this track template, I guess, to the LiDAR. I'm almost thinking what I want to do. It really bugs me that it's clipping so far into that track template like that, though. It shouldn't be that far inward. I don't know why that is. That can't be that much off still. We've already lined all that up with our ground plane. Now, keeping in mind, our ground plane that we've got here is the same that we have in Sandbox, that we chunked out. So we already lined all that up, so there should be no reason that should be that far off. None. Okay. This is a head scratcher. Definitely shouldn't be that far off as far as where that this white edge, this edge of the track here should be more on that side of the spiky bits. And the fact that it's not concerns me. That really concerns me. Now on the front stretch here it looks pretty good. That definitely looks pretty good. This is what I expect to see in the corners. Just like this, you got that edge is on that outside edge of all the spiky bits, which is basically like the catch fence and light poles and all that good stuff. So through here it doesn't look too bad. Now there might be some room for me to shift it, because I know I had to move it on the X there for the most part. Let's see what we got here. No, there shouldn't be any fudge factor at all. Shouldn't be any. Not that much anyway. I mean, that's a lot. That is a lot. Let's see, I'm going to try to move this over this way. Should not be that much. So at this point, all I'm doing, and I'm, you know, don't be tempted or whatever to try to rescale this template. You don't want to do that, because it's going to throw off everything that you're trying to accomplish here with trying to conform this template to the LiDAR so that you can bring that into your track, which is already to this conformity. So if you rescale that, it's going to throw it off once you bring it back into Sandbox. So definitely don't even consider it as far as the rescale. If anything, you want to get this There might be a little bit of a fudge factor, I suppose. But basically at this point what you want to try to do is get the edge of your track to be on that side of the spiky bits, which is, like I said, would be your outside wall, your catch fence, all that good stuff. And kind of balance it out between the two. I don't like how much that's cutting into that though. That's really bugging me. I didn't think it was going to be quite that much. So we're going to have to really balance this out a little bit. It's pretty darn close, I do have to admit. Take a little finagling at least anyway. Okay, so how much we got on this side? I'm going to bring it up a little bit more. Is any of this in English? What do you mean in English? This is about as English as it gets. How we doing there, McKnight? Okay, let's raise this up just a tad more. So what we're trying to accomplish here is to get this edge, what we got highlighted here, to be as much on this side of the spiky bits here, which would be our outside wall, our catch fence, and all that. And not to be tempted whatsoever gets us to rescale this template. That's going to totally throw it out of whack to be able to bring it back into our sandbox here and use that height data. I guess that once we do conform this to the LiDAR, which is the green part here. This is all LiDAR data. Point cloud point, however you want to put it. So we're just balancing out our track template against to the LiDAR at this point. What game we do this for? This one happens to be for NASCAR Racing 2003 season. And yeah, I did say that right, 2003. It's a better part of a 17-year-old game, and there's still plenty of room for content in it, that's for sure. So the fact that we didn't have this technology that exists in here, and we're kind of teaching an old dog new tricks, as far as to put new tracks into it that have modern conformity to it. That's what we've been doing here. This is all, we're in the process of helping our buddy Torch here with a modern Texas 2020 Texas Motor Speedway build, if that wasn't made clear either. I think we're pretty well balanced here. I like this. This looks pretty good. This would be turns 1 and 2. We got the tunnel there. And the front stretch. Yeah, I think we're pretty well good there. So we're trying to just basically split the difference between how much we got it cutting. This is kind of weird how much this is cutting in here though. This also might necessarily include a lot of data for like something other than catch fence and whatever too. Because when they do these types of scans like this, it involves a top down. So like they're basically shooting a laser beam down to the ground and it comes back up, and that's why you get these spiky bits. So it could have been anything on the track that necessarily would have spawned these spiky bits, for example. What I had figured these should have represented was the outside catch fence, but the fact that it's cutting in here so hard there, that's really strange. That's the only portion of the track that I see that it's even remotely off, as far as based on our track template, at least anyway. Oh, good. I'm glad we got on the same sheet of music here. So yeah, what we've been trying to do is actually get, a reasonable track geometry created so that we can actually test this out to see how it actually drives. Based on using this real world information anyway. Yeah, this is the only part that's really confusing me, I guess, as far as how much that cuts. Now, keeping in mind, this information here that we've got, what's highlighted, is based on our track geometry. We've already conformed it to where this would be the outside wall, and then this would be just before the apron. So this is all racing surface. So just to kind of give additional clarity, the area that we're focusing on would be right here, as far as the exit of turn 4. That's what we're looking at right here. So the fact that that is showing the way it is in Max here, that's the only place that I see doesn't really have any conformity to our... Now, whether or not that's going to equate to needing to adjust anything further, I don't think so. I think that might have been just something that was off in the scan, because everything else seems to line up pretty darn well as far as just positioning in that. So you can see where all these little spiky bits are. That could have been like a reflection that it got off the paint, as far as against, you know, off the safer wall or something like that. That could have been anything. So as far as what Torch was mentioning there, as far as there being a little bit of a fudge factor, that's definitely proving true. But this is a lot. I guess if it have to be that here, but we're gonna go with this. Now it's just a matter of getting this track template lined up to do either one of two things, as I've mentioned. Now that we've got the LiDAR when we want it, we've already got our ground plane set to 0. Okay. We've got the LiDAR set to the lowest point, which would be like where the tunnels are at. We have one of two options to either set this track template, which is flat, doesn't have any height data into it yet. We can set the outside here to the highest point here and bring the apron down. Probably what would be the easiest way to do is to set the apron and raise the outside up, you know, as far as the banking out to the outside wall. That's usually the best approach. But there are at least those two different ways to go about it. Because it's going to be pretty difficult based on all these different areas of height data that we have here, it's going to be really tough to be able to line that outside there as far as to average that out, if you will. So say for example, if we wanted to, let's see if I can line this up. So to try to line this up, say like this, and get these spiky bits, I guess, just barely poking through on that side there, and then bring the apron down. That's going to be a little bit tougher, I guess, to try and line it up that way. I mean, you could do it. You could definitely do that, but I think it would make much more sense because the banking definitely changes more on the upslope towards the outside of the wall, towards the outside wall, than it does on the apron, I feel. So much as we've done many other track builds, scratch track builds, you'd probably want to line up your apron, which would be on this edge of your track template, to the LiDAR this way. So just get that clipping through just ever so slightly, like so, and then adjust it accordingly from that. This is probably going to be the best approach. Now we'll probably have to adjust down on the apron for there, and then move this outside edge up to accommodate, I guess, where that height data is on the outside of the... I think that's probably where the direction we want to go with it. Okay. So with that set there, I'm going to go ahead and save this. That way I got something to fall back on. And I did... Oh my goodness, I put the 2 in the wrong spot. My bad. Aida Caramba. I'll rename that later. So I'm going to save right over. I just want to make sure I had the one that's 2. So I want to save the other one just in case I ever do want to refer back to it for reference. Yep, we'll go ahead and save that. I just put the 2 in the wrong spot. I just realized that. Yeah, you've done it both ways? Right. So that's not entirely wrong to do it either way. I just think it just makes sense to... And I'm sure if James was still hanging out there, you'd probably pretty much agree. Most of your track builds, you probably want to go by the lowest point, you know, as far as your apron, and then work it up as far as to launch it upwards, as far as to take care of the banking that way. But you can go the other way too. I think you would get more accurate results if you go from the apron upwards as opposed to from the outside down. But it can be done either way. Okay, so with that saved, now we can adjust. Now we don't want to move anything. At this point, you don't want to move anything. Keep it as much into position. And what I mean by not moving anything as far as to move it up and down on the Z and so on, leave it where it's at. If anything, if you need to get rid of, you know, just to kind of give some clarity in your track template in comparison to your LiDAR, just hide it. Go like this. But don't move it, because otherwise it's gonna throw off as far as like what you have in it. You probably most likely, unless you're keeping notes on what that translator was at, it best behoove you to leave it where it's at. Alright. So, who's mooning at me? What if I found... What I have found was that if it set the... to what the track stats claim. Yeah, see, I don't go by that. I know you have mentioned that to me before. I never go by that. I'm building the track based on the LiDAR. That's my information right there. I might use that track information as far as what NASCAR says the bankings have, say for example. That's only going to be a secondary. You know, as far as just to confirm or whatever and or deny. I'm going by if I'm going by 100% by the LiDAR, that's all the information that you really need. What is this box doing in here? What is this? Oh, that's the, never mind. Yeah, we can hide those. That's the towers. I had to remember that. That goes to show you how raw that is. Alright, so we need to bring back our mesh. There we go. But anyway, once you get this all set, 100% leave that alone. Don't try to move it. You can manipulate your track template for sure. But you can highlight your template and manipulate just your track template based on vertices and so on. And you might find it necessary to have to go in your items list to grab it, because there's so many points in the point cloud data that it makes it easier to adjust in max. I mean, whatever works for you. I mean, I won't argue that point, but I mean, it's, to me, if I got the LiDAR there, that's what I'm going by as far as to conform the track template to it. I'm not worried about what they say it's supposed to be. You know, I mean, you can definitely check it to make sure that, and you know, what your height differences are here, you know, to get that degrees, you know, based on the low point and the high point, you know, apron to outside wall, for example, and then compare that to what they got there to see if you're even close. Yeah, for sure. But if you're not manipulating the height data, I guess, as far as if you're scaling properly, I guess, the LiDAR, there's no reason to do that. There's really no need to do that. Just like I was explaining before, as long as you're only scaling it, I guess, on the X and the Y and not messing with the uniform scale as far as the Z, that's the height data that's in the point cloud data. It's not going to change. So if you're conforming your template to this LiDAR, once you get this all set properly, you know, with fudge factor taken into consideration, there's no need to look at any other information as far as what they say it needs to be, for example. Okay, so we want to convert this template into unitable poly. That'll give us much more options, I guess, to be able to grab things. Okay. I'm very tempted to want to move this, but should be able to grab. Let's go into vertex. We don't want to go by poly. I want to go by vertex. I like to use the spray selection. That's usually better. So you can kind of get an idea of, you know, be it the fact that it's flat in this section here and there, you can see where all these lands pretty much in a straight line. So once I select those, I can pull these up and or down accordingly. So there's that vert. Should be able to pull that up. See, that's where it's coming through. Now, do I have one in the center? Yep, sure do. So now I can pull that up. And it should be... Nope, I only got the 3 there, I guess. Well, that's a bummer. Is that all I got? Well, I'll be damned. So there's only 3 points in there? Really? Okay, hold on a second. Let me hide this here for a second. Hide. No, we got 4. That's what I thought. For some reason, it wasn't wanting to select this other one here. Yeah, so we got 4 points in there at least anyway. That's more than enough. Then we need to... that's plenty, I guess, to be able to do what we need to do. Just not sure why I wasn't wanting to select it, though. Alright, let's bring that back. Just being stubborn. That's about all. Okay, so we got that selected. Go to vertex. Let's try it again. Where are you at? It's got to be right there. I think that's it. There we go. See, I had the 2 of them selected there. Not bad. So you can bring this back down. So what you're looking for is you want to get the proper amount of clip in between the LiDAR and the actual template. There should be one right there. There it is. There it is. So, you know, we want to get just the proper amount of clip of the template into the LiDAR. This is a problem. More than likely, it's going to take you a while just to get that, go all the way around and do that. Okay. Where are you at? It's in there somewhere. I don't know why it's not finding all these verts. So in most cases there we saw from the backside there as far as how much adjustment's going to be needed there. Oh, we got one right here, that's why. Yep, so this is what it's going to entail. Just like so. That's all you're doing is conforming the track template to the LiDAR. It's getting that proper amount of clip into it. Now you can probably select several at a time, but keeping in mind you got that banking in it to consider. So it's not going to be evenly distributed. But yeah, this is what I would consider, I guess, to use as far as rather than either click, point clicking, use that the paint selection. It gives you a little bit of an option here. You got a pretty good idea of where those vertices are landing. You can keep your gizmo on and just move it up like so. Yep, just like that. Now, if you want to later on, you can definitely go through all these different points here once you got them to where you can grab them like so, and look and see what that Z is at, for example, to see if it's how much disparity you got. Because if you've got deviations, I guess, from that to the extreme there, you might want to adjust that. That's just a part of fine tuning it, at least anyway. It gets you in the hood, exactly. Yeah. So anyway, this would be the next, part of the TZ's process here. Once you got everything lined up, just like I've already shown, is to conform that template to the LiDAR. I know I sound like a broken record, but that's ultimately what we've been trying to work our way up to. Now we're finally there. There should be one right there, yep. There we go. Yeah, so we're just looking for that proper amount of clip into there. It takes a little bit to guess to find those vertices, but that's where that paint selection comes in handy. Just get one vert at a time and go all the way around the track. This is the information that we didn't have way back when we were first starting to try to build these. hopefully this process is making somewhat of sense what we're trying to do here. We're just creating that, and it does help too, I guess, to have some contrast between the two different objects there. You don't want them to be the same color, for example. If you got some contrast into it, that's definitely going to help the processes, very much so. Use the arrows. Yeah, you can use whatever method that seems more appropriate to you. I mean, if you want to use the arrows down here, as opposed to just grabbing it here, whatever suits your fancy. I mean, that's there's no right or wrong way to go about this. It's really just whatever way you can conform this template, I guess, to the LiDAR. Definitely do that. But if you've got one grabbed there, if you want to go on the Z and grab it this way, you can definitely do it that way too. No, that is whatever works for you. I mean, that's I tend to take the approach. You can do either both, really. We got quite a bit of adjustment to make here, but see, you can get more precision on that. My playlist is over again. I'll be damned. Son of a biscuit, anyway. Let's start that back up there. Well, I'm getting pretty close here, I guess, to bringing this thing to an end here. We're closing in on the 4-hour mark, and we at least got to this point. That was the one thing I was definitely wanting to get to, and I think now that we've got there, we're that much closer, I guess, of being able to you know, get this thing done. So I'll get as much done of this as I can, and I'll be sending this probably off into Torch's hands, and I'll give him some additional practice at this. I do get somewhat of a satisfaction of knowing, going through this process here, it's definitely going to give me the conformity and the height data that I need as far as to apply that to the next sections of the track. Not having this information and just completely guessing, it's just not an option anymore, especially when we got this LiDAR information. It's just ridiculous to me, I guess, to use just guessing. Yeah, the new PTF within a few days. Okay. Well, once I get this to you, I just assume to. Yeah, I'm not going to be... Oh, wait a minute. Has that got a split in there? It does, doesn't it? You dirty rat. Let me go ahead. It's got a split in that vert there, so I'm going to make sure I get both of those. There we go. So in some cases, it's got some splits in these verts here, so I want to make sure it's not doing that. All the more reason I like the paint selection tool here. Okay. Well, we can see that one there. There should be one. Yep, right here. Come on. I know you're there. There you go. Wow, that was way down. And in some cases you'll have several of these points will be way down. But it's just a matter of conforming that. Now, you can look at the back side here. You can see where we still need to make some adjustments here. You can always go on the back side here. Grab it like so. Bring that up. Oh, you dirty, rotten thing here. But anyway, you have the means of being able to go behind it as well. Ah, dang it. I don't have anything selected. That's why. Come on now. Work with me. Come on. Dirty rat, you. There you go. Being stubborn. There we go. See, we can adjust it up this way too. So if you find any spiky bits that gets behind there, you can definitely come back here and check all those out. This one looks like it's a little too high. Yep, so we can adjust that. There we go. Getting there. That's the one little section there, at least, anyway. I think that's pretty much where I'm going to leave it, though, because that's, you kind of get the idea of, it'd probably take you, you know, depending on if you do it in one sitting or whatever like that, it might take you a few hours, I guess, to be able to do that, I guess, as far as to get that template conformed to the LiDAR. But I think the time spent to be able to do that is definitely going to be well worth it. The end result that you get from being able to apply that template and being able to apply that information, that height data, to your height data, I guess that's in Sandbox here, it's going to speak for itself, I guess, as far as to make sure that that's going to be next to 100% correct, at least within the high 90 percentile of accuracy. So yeah, so once you know, in the course of the week, I'm sure we'll have some more information to be able to share, more than likely probably by next week. And even if by next week, that's probably a fair mention too. I'm keeping in mind the fact that next week we're going to be coming off of Christmas Day. I've still kept it kind of open-ended, I guess, as far as like that, as to whether or not we'll stream for Farming Friday or not, be it the fact that Christmas does fall on Friday, as far as this year's, and that is of next week. So I've kind of kept it open-ended there, as far as if there is any interest, I guess, as far as anybody wanting to chime into a stream, I guess, as far as post-fact of Christmas Day, feel free to let me know. You can either post in the Spline Design Studios Facebook group page, or even in the Rock Nation Discord. If that information, I know the bot just put that information out there, but I'll put it out here again for anybody that is interested. I can even, you know, still go ahead and stream, or just I can be just do a live session, I guess, as far as in the Discord. I've done that before, as far as just to have a little Discord party. As far as some of the things that we can work on that way. Or if you necessarily just want to be able to take a little staycation, I guess, as far as just to enjoy the holiday, that's perfectly fine by me as well. Like I said, I'm pretty much open to suggestions as far as what everybody is feeling, I guess, as far as that goes. With all that being said, I'll leave it. I'll leave the answers and the suggestions, I guess, up to you folks, I guess, as far as what you'd like to see.
Let's get ready to rumble!
What are we rumbling about there, Lady Death? I appreciate you sticking around, I guess, for the duration here. You just wanted to hear it. That is that particular sound bit is courtesy of my good friend John Von Zombie. He plays quite a bit of fun games like that. A lot of currently he has been doing some Outer Worlds, I believe. There, he's currently streaming during the day, and he does some really funny things on a stream like that. And I clipped that off one of his streams there, and had gotten the permission, I guess, for to use it as an audio command, I guess, in my thing. And he said sure. He went ahead and made himself his own custom same version of that one, so he has his own version, I guess, on his own channel. So I thought it was pretty cool that he had allowed me, I guess, to be able to do that. So in fact, I give him a little bit of a shout out here, I guess, as far as for anybody that doesn't know Mr. John Von Zombie. Like I said, he is currently on days, so he streams right around, lately, I think, from like 9-10 in the morning Eastern time to approximately, I think today he was on till like about 3 p.m. So he puts a pretty good chunk of time, I guess, as far as in his gameplay. And he likes people stopping on by and keeping him company, I guess, a little bit and all that stuff. So if the Outer Worlds does necessarily interest you, feel free to stop by over at John Von Zombie's channel. I promise you won't be disappointed. He's a comical kind of fella, and I'm sure he would appreciate it as well. I think I'm going to go ahead and end this thing. I'm just looking to see if I got a potential raid target here. We got quite a few people still kind of lurking in chat here. And I want to be able to send this up, send you all to somebody well deserving, I guess, of some good company here. So once I do find a potential raid target here, I'm going to send you all off that way. I appreciate anybody that does stick around for the raid. I think I got a raid command in here. Let me double check this here too. I think I do. Let's do... So I think I got a couple of raid... Okay, second here. So I think I got this one. Okay, so that one there is if you do have the emotes. And if you don't have the emotes, as far as being a sub to the channel, I also have this one. So feel free to copy either one of those raid commands. Once we do, once I do find a potential raid target here, so get that copied and ready to go. I appreciate for all of you that do stick around, I guess, for the raid. Yeah, I think I know where I want to send y'all. I have raided this this guy before. He's a pretty comical cat there. He's playing some interactive RimWorld at the moment, and yeah, he's just a cool guy. I think you'll appreciate him. I don't think you'll be too disappointed here. So let me get the raid here set up. I'll make sure to put the link in the chat for the stream, just in case it does tend to follow up on me, because it does tend to do that sometimes. I want to appreciate everybody that did drop by as far as the new subs. We had lots of things going on here. We didn't necessarily have any new follows, I don't think, but we did have quite a few new VIPs, resubs to the channel, so I appreciate that. Y'all have been great. Appreciate all that support. Alright, so let me get this raid going on here. Appreciate everybody's patience here with me. Again, I hope everybody does have a fantastic rest of their weekend, and if I don't hear from you, if I don't hear from any of you all then, I hope you have a Merry Christmas, and we'll see you post-fact. Oh, is it going to do it? There it goes. I think I got it now. So let me go ahead and get this copied over. Twitch is being a little bit twitchy. That's to be expected. Would not expect anything less. Alright, folks, here we go. Here we go. Get the emotes ready, get the raid commands ready. I'm sending you all over to this fine fellow over here. Like I said, he's currently playing some RimWorld and some interactive stuff there. So if you do want to stick around to play a little bit of interactive RimWorld with him, feel free to do so. I will see you all later. Bye for now.